Good morning, everyone. How we doing? Everyone's tits jacked because we're up over 143.50 or 143. Oh, did I not? Hold on. I posted the DD. I forgot to pin it. There we go. It's pinned now. We're just up 0.69%. Did I get any sleep? A little bit, yeah. Okay. I need the price to go up. I can't take this anymore every day. I'm checking the price. It's dipping. I check the price. That price, I can't take this anymore, man. I've overinvested by a lot. What is it? But I need the price to go up. Can the devs do something? It's at 143.50, so it is up, Ryan. I'll speak to the developers. We'll see if we can get a patch out. Feel technicals are kind of off this week due to volume. 1 hour chart quad top feels important. Yeah, it does. I mean, we have higher lows too. We are just kind of grinding up the entire week. The pressure's been solid. We're just not breaking out. But yeah, they're a little off. Great work on the FINRA angle. Thanks. They're without a doubt the worst regulatory body I've ever heard of. Is it possible they were just waiting for the Russell 1000 move and use that liquidity to boof? Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, market makers aren't covering shit anywhere though. At will enjoyment, setting the tone for the day. I hope you all have a wonderful day and a relaxing weekend. Dude, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, dude. You too. Enjoy your weekend. Would it not be wise to hold until Monday, given what you were told by FINRA? Yeah, but I'm up on my options right now, and I won't be on Monday, right? Like, I don't know if I want to just throw the gains I have on the contracts away to wait out one more settlement day. Possibly. We'll see how today goes. I'll make a decision sometime later. Thank you again, Atwell Enjoyment. I appreciate it, dude. Um, you have heard of them? Oh, Jesus. Um, TLDR of the daily is latest for covering is Monday morning. Yeah, any noted settlement date in FINRA paperwork is considered through the opening of the next trading day. So all FINRA settlement dates are opening bell to opening bell. Ko-Fi FOMO. Thank you, Grizz. I appreciate it, man. Hey, we're drilling for oil. Yeah, I know it fucking expires today. Fuck. Only 2 of my contracts filled. Right, well, that's getting canceled. You expecting VUPs then? Well, yeah. I'd like to see those. Let's fucking go. AMC mooning. Violent upside. Show me the Gexy. Well, we've broken out. There goes the sadness. It's still just our first push of the morning, right? It does look very nice, though. No one's Gex is incredibly thick as Gexton. Do we need a prescription for the breakout, or is it one of those things that'll go away on its own? Most likely. Hey mate, long time no coffee. Have one and relax into a nice warm OPEX. Cheers, big ears. Thank you so much, Bithead. I appreciate it, man. Baba call printed? Nice, dude. Gex covering market wide. I mean, yeah, everything's ripping it open. Futures took off like a fucking rocket last night. Um Happy Friday, Ben. It's a trap. It could be. Is our hope MMs cover GEX and APs then are incentivized to cover, or at least the positive price action holds through the weekend? Both of those would be okay. I mean, ideally, market maker covering causes APs to come in and buy what they need to while the price is low. Something feels different today. I mean, the price is higher today. I think we're breaking out. Well, we're trying to. A breakout on a breakout? Yeah. Bullish. IV's pumping back up. Today's demand zone day per FINRA. Thanks, Curtis. It's been alright. Given what you found out yesterday, do you expect most in price improvement today or Monday? I don't know. I see an advantage for the MM both ways. If the MM can successfully close today out without covering, right? That means that all calls sold from Friday of last week through today have not only gone unhedged, they've collected the entirety of the premium without ever spending a penny, right? This driving the 140s into the money, now getting close to driving 145s into the money, this starts to put some risk on them. When we were trading flat though, no. So if you bought a call last Friday and sold it Wednesday or yesterday, the difference in premium was just free money for the market maker. And it wasn't just GameStop, right? Like that's like market wide. Gross. So they have until the 27th. Yeah. Do we think about the volume? I mean, that was really our question. Like we knew the 24th was the last extension day, but FINRA was very unclear on whether that was the final day of settlement, like all orders needed to be finalized by market open today, or if it was just a standard like bell to bell trading day, and it's a bell to bell trading day, which is what we were able to ascertain by getting in touch with them last night. What do you think about the volume? Oh, the volume's still shit. But I mean, we don't need a lot of buy volume for the price to move, right? Hot damn. Is there an elation line today? Look at chat. I think we crossed it. I was holding till Tuesday out of paranoia anyway. Nice. Do you realize your direct line has been nicknamed the Pie Phone? I didn't. Last night you were talking about my bags getting heavy to hold over the weekend. Still feel that way now that we have until the 27th? Yeah. I mean, I wrote that comment knowing that. I was up on my options already last night. So it's like shitty to hold them over the weekend and then lose the gains I did get from the $20 run, right? Like the 15% push that we experienced last week, I still have realized in the contracts I bought on like last Thursday and Wednesday. But at the same time, like if I don't hold, then they don't realize the value that I invested for in the first place. It's a tough choice. Like cut and take profits or hold until you have none. This helps because now everything's up even more than it was. Well, getting close to it. I have a 78160C. Why is my value not going up? We're not pushing up on a lot of volume right now, Kaya. Jesus fucking Christ, look at the spy. Nice. I've been trading that shit since the breakout last night. E-minis like at close last night just took off like a rocket. Remember how we talked about the big reposition from OPEX? I think we're finally starting to see it. Oh yeah, I think we're just following the SPY right now. Especially with the volume. But it doesn't matter if the SPY drags us up to 150, that's still gonna put like 10,000 OI in the money. Market gamma squeeze? Yeah. Next resistance on V to the upside around 205 or nothing till 210. V. The next important resistance is at 212. There's another resistance though, like right in this range. 201 is a pretty big resistance. And 2 207 206 to 207. Like this range has a lot of resistance as well. Full bull at 150. You know it. Enough of the stock talk. What's your favorite brand of clothing? And why is it Fruit of the Loom? I really like the organic cotton line, Kaioshin. It's chemical free and sustainably made. Also, due to their use of sub $1 an hour employment, I get to enjoy a very nice discount. Can you put me on your armrest? I'd like to see too. Spoiled cat. Somehow snagged a 39-cent 160 at open. Take profits or hold the line. Be careful with it. Set a stop or something in the range where you're okay with taking profits. You haven't missed the full bull song. No, this isn't MOASS. Is this mild upside potential? This is a low volume vertical price acceleration. Dude, V is going nuts. I know. Pickles picks are the best, KJ. I'm eating a mango. Nice. That will enjoyment. What the fuck, dude? Thank you so much, man. I have no idea. The donations have gone completely crazy. You guys don't need to donate to me when my options are printing. Do it when I'm sad and I lose money. Every $5 we sustain, another cup of Ko-Fi. I'm gonna keep you up all night. Thank you so much, Atwell. I appreciate it, dude. Someone's got like 10,000 options contracts, I guess. But if you lose money, we lose money. I guess. That makes sense. Better to donate my cash to Pi-Fi or MM. Stop laundering your covered calls through Ko-Fi. I don't know what you're talking about. Those aren't call orders. What's the most you've ever lost on GME? In Feb, I was down about $230,000, roughly. When you mentioned repositioning during OPEX, do you mean hedgies went long? Sort of. Yeah. I mean, they're hedged on the long side. I don't actually have a lot of money. I work in nonprofit. I'm just paying because I let my membership lag when my chat icons didn't work correctly. Thank you so much, Atwell. I appreciate it, dude. Is that JFresh full bowl next to you? If so, give him some belly rubs. All right. There, I did it. How did that affect your mentality? It was annoying. It was annoying as shit. I rolled January contracts on the 26th to March. No, April. I rolled January contracts to April and then I rolled Feb 18s to April, and then after Feb I rolled April's to June. Yeah. So after the Feb roll, I was down a shitload, and I was losing like fucking $1,700 a day to Theta without the price drop. I just kept averaging down until March hit. It was a bitch though. It was fucking terrible. That's why I waited so long to buy options this time. How can my August 10s be down with the price up 44%? Um, First of all, they're out of the money. Second of all, you probably bought them a while ago. So theta decay. If today sees continued price action, will it likely be in chunks as dark pools print? Possibly. Let's get those 150, 160 in the money today for full bull next week. Yeah. As a mediocre options trader, I too tend to work in nonprofit. If we have another day of range locked trading, I'm actually going to go to sleep. I bought DDS calls and they all printed quick. Nice. I can't believe you got a fucking fill on them. DDS is up, what, $8 today? That's a bull flag? Tell me I'm right. Am I right? It's a pennant, I think. Let's see. Yeah, it's more of a bull pennant than it is a flag. Because of this bounce. Although I guess it could turn into one. It needs a lower low for it to be a bull flag. So it's pushing towards one. If it gets a lower low, then you have like this trend, right? Right now these three lows are higher than the previous low. Steak Sauce, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Testing the 200 SMA. We broke above the 200 MA. A little bit. If we push up right now for any number of days, we'd see like a golden cross. Something keeping us under 150? Yeah, people selling 145 and 140 weeklies. If we don't get volume for OPEX covering, does that mean we did a big retail pump and dump, exacerbating the market movement over the last week? No, because there was covering last Friday. Most of the reason we went up was last Friday. And most of retail's options were bought Monday and Tuesday, where we did basically nothing. Because they haven't been fucking hedging anything. If I dropped a break even on calls, I'm outie. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat there. A year and a half of stabbing and you still don't have a thank you so much for joining the cult. Hit me up on Reddit macro and say it personally every time. Yeah. It adds a nice touch. I have no idea. A macro. Like a hotkey? I have the song on a hotkey. The basket's being smashed. I don't know if I'd call it smashed. It's, a little bit of a pullback. I think it's fine. All positions are weeklies. I don't have very many weeklies. How much volume from OPEX are you expecting? Yeah, we're expecting a minimum of like 5 million buy volume. That's before delta hedging and stuff. Is this run over? Has it started? I wouldn't call this started. I think this is active fund pressure. Would you rather buy spy calls or GME calls? It's like fucking spy calls are way more reliable. Why not both? I can't believe you don't have an entire stream on macro. You shouldn't be here in person anymore. You're above that. Ain't no way we get to 5 million volume today with this start. Oh, we're gonna get some volume later today. Have we seen 5 million this week? I don't think so. If you subtract delta hedging, I don't even know if we're over a million for this week. Like actual buy volume of shares. You got shadow banned on YouTube. It's gonna be a good day. Same with Rad Jan 8's. Stock is up 3.5%. Options are down 16%. If that's theta, I'm more confused now than when I started with options. It's definitely theta. Or you bought them when the price of the stock was higher and they had more intrinsic value. So if you bought Rad Jan 8's when Rad was trading at like $7, right? What's it trading at right now? Oh, you're in the money? Yeah, it's just theta. What's the rate of decay on this? It's not a lot. I mean, if it pushes up more IV bumps, then they'll start printing. What's your cost on them? The current mid's like 213. It's actually like okay liquidity at that strike. Bullish. Woo, spy. IBKR borrow rate 10K share borrows 15 minutes ago, 500 left. Borrow rate holding at 33.3. Okay. 30 BPS jump on the spine in an instant. Market covering commencing? I think so. Market volume's really high today, Dork. It's illiquid, so I think they're down instead of paying the mid. Oh, maybe. Yeah. I don't think that strikes that illiquid though. Look at this spy. I know, it's doing big ups. This is bullish, right? The mid is simply the middle point between the bid and the ask. The bid and the ask aren't calculated, they're set by participants. I think it's worth exercising 145Cs if we run 80 run to if we run to sell 180 covered calls around GM. Oh, could be. I mean, I don't know if I'd sell 180 calls on a test of Gamma Max, but yeah, that's you could do that. Or just sell the contracts at that point. I'm not sure there's a lot of value in that play. Unless you just want to buy shares. Oh no, I sold my 295C for a loss. If only I'd held. You still would have sold it for a loss. Are they just boofing active fund pressure right now? Or active funds aren't buying because the rally's so hard. Trying not to get bull trapped. Do MM hedge actively or wait until the next day to hedge what they need as far as delta? They hedge actively, but even when hedging actively, volatile price action can create asymptotic risk, right? And there's variance in in their gamma balance, right? And so like it can't it's impossible to contain it within their risk model. And so you have you have like deviation, right? And that has to and that's where we get like GEX from, right? That additional exposure that falls outside of their hedged model. So if you have like a chart of price action. This is their hedge and this is price action. Then these areas create additional risk that has to be hedged later, right? Nope, that's not even showing up. Fantastic. Where the fuck is Epic Pen? Piece of shit. Hate this fucking program. There it is. Yeah, so these these areas where it falls outside of their hedging model, that creates additional risk that has to be hedged afterwards. Ah, roller coaster. Exactly. It's the first time I've heard you use an expletive regarding Epic Pen in a very long time. The switching to a NVIDIA video card got rid of most of the errors with the Epic Pen program. So you're looking to exit OPEX positions? I mean, I'd like to see the fucking stock run, like really run before I exit them. You know, even if I got like 3 to 5x on the position, I'd be very happy, right? I just sold all my AMG calls because of that. It's more impressive that you found a new video card. Video cards are selling for like under MSRP right now. Only 3 to 5x? Dang. I mean, yeah. More than that would be great, obviously, but 3 to 5x, I'd be very happy. That's the equivalent of turning 20 grand into 60 grand or 100 grand into 300,000. That's like a year's salary for most people. Both of those examples can be a year's salary for most people in a day. Oh, fuck yes. Fuck yes, I'd take that. You have your PC specs listed somewhere? Maybe on the Twitch channel? No, the recession isn't canceled. Ridiculous. Ah, now do division. 3x's and 300%, JCan. That's about how much you made in Ko-Fis yesterday. I made $327 in Ko-Fis yesterday. August Cat 190s are kind of spicy today. Yeah, Cat's kind of spicy today. Just to be clear, the plan's to hold calls through the weekend if we see nothing today. I don't know about that. I might hold some, but I'll probably trim back some others. Is the MM the largest hedge fund? They're usually pretty big. Is all covering we expect GEX, OPEX, etc. due till Monday PM? Yes. The final time to place the orders is Monday at market open. Still think they can't cover it all in one day? It's gonna be rough. That's it? I thought it was more. I mean, Gamma Max has been at 160 all week. If you guys want to know like what my conservative price target is for any given day, it's Gamma Max, and most days it's not even that high. What's the chances that we see GM today? It doesn't look very good. If there's no OPEX run, what happens to the people who place volatility positions? I can't see them not wanting to make their money. It's a good question. I can't see them not wanting to utilize their entropy swap. If OPEX doesn't run, does that mean it's obese? 650, 750 resistance on Bobby. Goes back to 1996, 97. Zoom out for violent upside. I mean, it just needs to break the put wall. Not to be sensationalist, just anecdotal evidence, but there's weirdness on BBBY. Multiple times I've done FOK orders at mid that didn't fill, and then immediately did FOK orders 1C above ask that did. On upticks, not down. Interesting. The call pricing over there is fucked up anyway. But it may be that the market maker is less incentivized to sell calls now, given the number that are coming in. Ugh. Imagine being RC and having $80 Bobby calls. I don't see them burning the entropy swap. Yeah, me either. But to be fair, it was just placed at the end of the May run, so it's not going to be burned for a little while. They're good for like 90 days, so, or like a quarter, essentially. You think we will OPEX Monday? I mean, I hope so. If we keep this upwards price action, I'm more willing to carry my calls over the weekend. But I just heard you say you don't think we hit GM. Are you still bullish on a run? I want to see a run, but I don't think we're going to hit GM today, not unless volume comes in. We have no volume still. We're at 600,000 volume traded today. Thirty seconds later, it's at 387. Jesus, dude, that sucks. No, they're good quarterly, not monthly. Yes, they could use it for July. I don't know if they could use it for August. Maybe August. I think you said that selling cover calls is more profitable than selling shares on an OPEX run. Can you explain? Well, that depends on your holding period. Like if you have long-term capital gains. Hold on. Oh, okay. if you have long-term capital gains, and you sell your shares on a run, buy back on the bottom, and sell on the next run, you're gonna be taxed on short-term gains for each of the subsequent sales of your stock. Whereas if you sell covered calls at the peak, you'll be able to collect premium. You can even collect in the money premium, so you can capture a lot of the increased value of your shares over the course of the run, while still retaining your shares moving into the next run. So you're only getting taxed on the long-term capital gains of the like of the premium collect, or the short-term capital gains of the premium collected. It's not that it's more profitable, it's more profitable in the long term because you retain your shareholding. You're just selling the IV and theta value off of it. Volume is inevitable. No, I wouldn't say inevitable. Obligations are there. Simple degenerates, ready your zero T ZTs and bringeth the volume Kirk desires. Well, now we're almost back at fucking market open. Are people just selling off calls? What the fuck is this? Uh Nope, still bullish as fuck. Well, that's a lot of delay on that. 10:02. It's about 18 minutes behind. Jesus. If they want to use the increased liquidity from the Russell rebalancing, they use it pre-market on Monday, right? The Russell rebalancing is a net buy. So I really don't see a case for like that providing additional liquidity. Historically, haven't we had OPEX days that started low volume, then picked up significantly in the second half of the day? Sure. If things were going according to plan, what would you expect volume to look like by now? I expect it to at least be over a fucking million. This is terrible. My 9-year-old daughter wants to know if you like Rage Against the Machine. Uh, Not particularly. It's an interesting question. They're alright, I guess. Could it be Russell repositioning? Probably not. Was that the fake MOASS super stack was warning us about? Yes, it's finally done. I turned on the news to girls cheering and was hyped for a second. But I rewinded and saw that right before the cheering, they were having group prayer and pro-life signs out. Uh, um, June 30th is a 1-year anniversary for majority of shares. That's when I quit swing trading. Nice, Patrick. You said that we should have some volume coming in later in the day. When did you mean it? Usually in the latter half of the day. So afternoon is generally when we see volume pick up if it's going to pick up. Thoughts on why the basket's the only one getting slammed today? Well, the SPY continues up. What? Because they don't want to fucking pay the cost of running it. They're crushing weeklies again. Well, glad I didn't buy those. I don't buy those anymore. I mean, I bought some this morning. They were profitable. Question about CSPs. Can you buy to close your CSP before expiration? Yeah. You can buy to close your CSP and just capture profit off of it. Nice, Carl. Well, I took the last tiny profits on the calls I bought last week, holding a few contracts. It will chase if a run if it happens again. Went from plus 50% to plus 4. Live and learn. Yeah. Why is volume so bad? I think because, well, for a while we were seeing active fund pressure. That's gone, and people are selling out of weekly calls, which is dropping the price of the stock. They just aren't hedging the upside at all. Profit is profit, folks. Yeah. Should be shorting IBKR from 10K to 500 on the last update. Yeah, it could be shorting. They did borrow some shares. How could weeklies do this to OPEX? I made 1K from this run. Thanks, Girk. No problem, dude. Close my calls, still at a profit, so not horrible. Bad idea to spend those profits on zero DTEs if it looks like it's going to run late into the day. The later into the day you buy zero DTEs, the better chance of their theta decay just eating them up before the price action improves enough for them to print, right? Unless you're buying like in the money zero DTEs and you're just trying to capture small upside moves. This is the negative beta RSS talks about. I think this is just weekly selling off the chain. That's what it looks like. Six months seems like an awfully long time. I suspect it won't be that long. Also, they can still cover Monday, but we'll see. Was July OPEX pretty much guaranteed? I don't know, but there's something there. I don't know if it's provable. So There's something interesting that happened in Feb to March, and I'm not sure if it's applicable or not. I'm still kind of like trying to figure it out. Think we'll get more VUPs today? Maybe. We filled back the downside, so hopefully we hold and move back up. Do you think it's likely they'll cover Monday? Or would you guess that the can has been kicked? Likely. Uh, I don't like them not covering today. Right? No, it doesn't make me more skeptical on GME. It's just makes me question what they're using to offset covering. If we don't see covering Monday, which obviously I have to wait for. I think it's more advantageous for them not to cover on a day where they have forced dark pool prints. I think that's risky. So I think that the odds of them can kicking are higher than the odds of them covering on a day where they have to place all the orders by market open. Because that's dangerous as fuck. Isn't this exactly like where Feb obligations were pushed a month out? I think there's a similarity to it, and I think the holiday affects that. But I'm trying to find more confirmation on FINRA 42, like FINRA Rule 4210, to see if the thing I think they can abuse is correct. Like I'm not sure. They get a like 50 rule 503c3 or 501c3 um can grant them extensions for illiquidity, but I'm trying to see if they have to file those publicly or not, and if I can find them. Because what's really interesting about Feb OPEX is it's exactly 30 calendar days before the March run. 501c3 is nonprofit. 503c3. The fucking there's so many. Hold on. SEC rule 503. 502. 15C3 dash 3. Sorry. 15C 15C3 dash 3M. And rule 4210F6. If they don't hedge their risk model and margin gets blown out, their primes insist on it. Yeah. But if they're covering all their other risk and just not the basket, they could sustain holding off on the gamma exposure, right? I'm not even sure how many of the other basket stocks Wolverine is DRM for. Or DPM. Would you consider carrying August calls on BBBY over the weekend, or do you view today as the cutoff on those two? I'm probably gonna roll those forward to January with the rest of my calls. Is it possible all this break is due to the weekly gap up? Maybe. How nice. Everything is up and we're back to where we started. When you say sell your calls, you mean so that you can reposition on Monday, right? I mean, I probably wouldn't reposition on Monday if I sold them. I would sell them and just wait. If it started running on Monday, I'd chase. There's a PM gap at this 141, 142 level. Oh, I guess we can see if we bounce off it. Is it a good time to get into a VIX hedge now or wait until next week? I would wait until next week on the SPY. Maxine Waters released another report on meme stocks. That's interesting. So this is how I'm feeling. We're gonna need some extra help by an outside buyer to set this off. Someone get a hold of Pulte. So they de-hedge when the calls sell off, but they never hedge those calls in the first place. How does that work? Oh, they just sell shares. They're hedging, right? But they're taking a lot of risk. So they're not hedging fully. And they're probably hedging the short side fully. We're already seeing like the price of puts tick up, right? Which means that their hedging is favoring like the put skew. So they're shorting? Yeah, I mean sort of. Selling off. How is that not illegal? That's what they're supposed to do. Yeah, we're still not at a million volume. I think we go back up to VWAP. I don't like it, personally. Maybe. No, we're pretty close to yesterday's close right now. If we bounce here. Nope, nope. Oh, I don't like that. Hmm. All right, well, it's filled. Yeah, it's filled and it looks like we're still dropping, right? Look at that fucking IV crush. Jesus Christ. I mean, this is shorting. Our volume's going up. They got liquidity from somewhere. You only get half on the way down. Can't be encouraging bad habits, but win or lose, we can't stop supporting each other. Thanks, Atwell. I appreciate it, dude. I don't know. The problem I'm having with this, fucking shit, is the market maker is pricing, they're pricing down IV like rapidly. Like, we're only down $6. These contracts shouldn't have dropped this much. Fucking Christ. The Congress report? Someone want to link me it? When was the last time we saw a short like this? It's been a while. This is why we shouldn't play options on the most manipulated stock in the world. Why? This doesn't make any sense. This is why we should, yeah. Yeah, I don't think the overturning of Roe v. Wade is causing a drop in GameStop's price. Does this make you think they can activate trade orders all through the day? I mean, they can, but the market makers pricing calls down on the drop. So they're losing value at like 2x the rate. Because you expect something to happen and it doesn't happen. Yeah, but sometimes it does. And then when it does, it's wildly profitable. I need some reading time while they try and shake out 0 DTEs. Is this the anti-MOASS? It's a hard push. If it bounces, I'll buy calls, but I'm not fucking holding calls through this shit. Fuck that. Girk, does the market maker hate us? Yeah. But it's not personal. Brexit was worse than this. Yeah, it was. That's because instead of $4, we dropped 40. August 145s are now sub 100 IV. Yeah. You saw the IV price down? Something's happened. Delete support pickle, please. We need him. I sold the ones that didn't get stopped out automatically. If it starts to bounce, are you buying back July 15s again or further out? I'll probably just buy back into July 15s. If it starts to bounce hard. This is weird. I want to know what's causing this. This is somewhat bullish. No, this isn't bullish. What if the hedge was mass sold off? Maybe. It wasn't just a drop, right? It was a volumetric drop. So shorting, right? And then the market makers started pricing down IV hard. Like a 40% dip in IV on some contracts in less than like 2 minutes. What was said in this fucking report? Just another report. This is like shorts covered. Collateral deposit requirements. Oh, I'm gonna have to read this whole fucking thing, aren't I? God damn it. Thanks, trash. Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation waived 9.7 billion of collateral deposit requirements on January 28th, 2021. The DTCC lacks detailed written policies and procedures for waiver of modification or disincentive charge it calculates for brokers that are deemed to be undercapitalized and has regularly waived such charges during periods of acute volatility in the 2 years before the meme stock market event. Okay. I just don't understand why in every OPEX period they get to release some bullshit that fucking tanks the stock. It's just GME. All my other positions are still fine. They're shorting the news, right? Didn't the same drop occur on 10/29/2021, right before the following Monday run? Um, I mean, a similar drop? We've had a lot of drops, though. It's been a while since we've been shorted real hard. They burned a metric ton of calls. Yeah, they did. You don't think this is short before cover? It could be. If it is, I'll buy back into calls. They're cheap as fuck now. Couldn't this be from the rebalance into the Russell 1000? Mm, no, that should be a net buying event. So that should be positive pressure. Jesus fucking Christ, is this normal? It's normal on bad news. So this can happen to stocks if like bad news breaks and the market maker prices down the chain immediately. I need to read this fucking thing to know if it's bad news or not. Congress should adopt legislation mandating key regulators, including the SEC and FINRA, to study how existing market rules and supervisions will need to evolve to address new technological developments, including the possibility of social media driven market activity. The SEC should consider ways to implement trading halts tailored to respond to concentrated volatility in a limited number of stocks. Jesus Christ. NSCC collateral requirements are calculated. Many member firms lack a fully understanding of how the NSCC's excess capital premium charges are assessed. Don't they already have those halts? I mean, they can always create new ones. Although Wolverine's operational staff was concerned about the ability of their systems to accommodate the volume and volatility, Wolverine had initially chosen to turn equities off based on sole individuals' intuition and experience working in the industry, fearing that it was on the brink of a total breakdown of their systems. Wolverine's CCO monitored the firm's liquidity during meme stock market event, but had not expressed concerns regarding the firm's capacity to continue executing equities. Wolverine employees did not consult with their compliance department on the operational concerns they faced, nor did the firm have any written policies or procedures to determine when to limit trade execution or risk management reasons. There were no regulations requiring market makers to develop written policies and procedures for such events. Wolverine employees expressed concern regarding their equities business in the days leading up to the meme stock market event, which was a newer, less developed, and significantly less lucrative business than their options business. Robinhood employees grew increasingly frustrated with Wolverine and considered ending their entire relationship with the market maker, both equities and options, even though Wolverine cleared approximately 20% of Robinhood's options orders. Jim Swartwout placed a call to operational staff at Wolverine on January 28th, 2021. In response to Wolverine's request to route equities away, Swartwout told Wolverine staff that if Wolverine could no longer accept equities for Robinhood, then Robinhood would also no longer route options through Wolverine either. The Wolverine employee who manages the firm's relationship with Robinhood commented to committee staff that he understood this to mean that Robinhood would route all options trades away from Wolverine indefinitely if Wolverine did not continue to accept equities order flow on January 28th, 2021. Interesting. Ooh, I really do want to read this whole report. It's not crime, it's corruption. Well, yeah. Why the long face? We just broke 1 million volume. No, Linuxus didn't predict a rug pull today. He's been on a fucking bender for 3 days. BBBY, GME, MAT, all the same drop path. Well, the meme stocks. What about AMC? Nope. Hit, but not very hard. JNW, JWN, Macy's. What mean? Sorry, latest stream. What is this report you talk of? Is that what drove the price down? It would appear that way. Well, Macy's not pushed down at all. What was the other one that just joined the baskets? We're starting to track with the basket. Affirm. Affirm got slammed kind of hard. Not nearly as hard as GME, though. Docu? No. Interesting. Did you sell your options for July? Yeah. Can you post that report on Twitter? Yeah, I can. You still have options for August and October? No. I sold my October calls during the May run. And then when I bought back in, I only bought July 15s. T-Dot got hit kind of hard too. Would you sell October 130 calls on GME if you had them? No. We might bounce back from this. I just grabbed some 140s again. Play this bounce? It's risky, but I grabbed a few. You might want to throw it in announcements. It all seems a bit coordinated, doesn't it? I mean, sure. God, I love this stock. Good morning. Sorry, got up late. Better than not getting up, I guess. No big run today. We were doing okay in the early part of the day, and then we just got fucking obliterated over the last like 20 minutes. I didn't just keep my Jan 950s. I bought more. I'm the bull now. Do you think they've dodged covering somehow, or you just don't want to hold through that? I wasn't going to hold through that. Most of my contracts got stopped out, like right when we broke below 142. They hit their stops because the IV. I rode pile into 140 weeklies to the moon. Roe v. Wade overturned. Yeah, I heard. It's definitely coordinated. They have an asymmetric information advantage. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Was it dip before rip? I don't know. I'm not seeing market makers reprice. Have we ever ripped after a dip like that? Oh, absolutely. I just love saying the runs are dead. I imagine that stopped a lot of people out. Yeah, I mean, I had stops set like below 20% profit and they hit like instantaneously. I bought 140s. They somehow find a way out of OPEX covering. Is this possible stopping people out before Monday covering? I mean, the stopping out of these contracts means they don't have to hedge them, right? I've been gone for the last 40 minutes. What the fuck happened? The House Financial Services Committee released a report. Market makers fucking downpriced options hard, like calls. Maybe that's that tick up I saw in put pricing. Remember when we were trading up earlier today and I was like, puts are going up? Fuck, they hit that hard. You buy 140s, which means we stay below 140. That's fine. That report was out hours before the action. What time did it come out? Better yet, when did a congressperson tweet it? I ran out of avocado for my toast this morning. My day is ruined. You know, back in the day, people would just put butter on their toast. This one? Shareholder Political Transparency Act of 2021? No. FUD. Maxine Waters tweeted it at 9 a.m. They tweeted just after they bought puts. Have you ever put butter on a Pop Tart? No? The SPY and other major indices being up 2 to 3% feels like a giant slap in the face. Yeah. I don't know, man. A lot of options just dumped. That was a fucking hard hit. We'll see if people reposition. Linux bought weeklies this week. I slaw. I think we break 140 before end of day, and people get a tiny bit of hopium that they're doing a late cover only to not. I mean, I hope we break 140 before end of day. I just bought back into 140s. Thanks for teaching us about OPEX. Just killed it on everything else, so I doubled my position on the IV drop. Let's fucking go. XRT up almost 4%. Huh. Do you think we shed enough contracts that they'll let it run later? We're gonna find out. Does cash from selling CCs settle the same day if you have a margin account? Otherwise, you have to wait T+1. Do all those sold contracts help clear FTDs? Not really. Why did you buy a single Apple share? Oh, I didn't. It's like I think I got it from like a WeBull promotion. Why does the manic nature of your viewer base still surprise me after over a year? I have no idea. I mean, it's just like market psychology concentrate, right? They're starting to price back IV. The contracts are kind of going up pretty quick. You know the Apple share from me signing up for WeBull? Oh, cool. Thanks, dude. I also got a Genworth Financial share. I've been holding 14 months as an X holder and will hold as I'm hoping it's my one chance to not be poor. How long do you reckon this will drag on before hopefully blowing? Bored of skint mode and can't buy more. You'll be waiting a while, man. My only regret is that I have but one pile of dry powder to lose my calls. I drew pickles for this. We can't get fragged today. I mean, they fragged us pretty hard right there. That was fucking rough. I had stops trigger that shouldn't have triggered until we hit like 135. And they triggered when we were still trading at 142. So let me get this straight. We know they have to cover, just not win. Far dated calls should be fine. I mean, yeah, far dated calls are always great. Maybe not 5x fine, but profits are profits. Why the fuck are people panicking? They bought weeklies. That's almost always the case. Um, like 80 to 90% of the complaints you hear about making money on GameStop have to do with people buying shorter dated calls. And then like you hear people in chat, they're like, oh, I'm down 10K in like 5 minutes. And it's like, you probably should have had a stop loss, right? In place. Then you wouldn't lose your money in 5 minutes. Options are risky. August West, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man.
Thank goodness I sold my 295C weeklies before that drop, right?
Praise be to RC, the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe, motherfucker.
I'm gonna have so much fun having to sympathy for the people shilling about weeklies in the Discord. Having no sympathy for the people shilling about weeklies in the Discord. I mean, I don't even know how many times now I've said that weeklies are just gonna lose you money. Just dropping to remind you once again that I have no calls either way for no pecs. Congratulations, Willie. My biggest question is, do I want to sell some calls right now? The report didn't cause the short. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? I don't think it did either, if it came out that early. I don't know why we're just hearing about it right when the short happened, though. Shills amongst us. I'm going to harass you to read my Ko-Fi with more and more intense, empty threats, such as, well, I don't know. What, did I miss your Ko-Fi? I'm sorry. I was a little distracted by crazy shit happening. What mean? How's your positioning looking right now? Ah, shit. For share Greg. I got stopped out of everything, but now I have more money to buy back in at a discount. Yeah. The bottom of that tip, there were July 15 calls under like fucking 70% IV. Are you over there repositioning? How confident in that are you? I mean, I'm not confident in it, but it's a good opportunity. I have tight stops on all of it. I'm just picking up some like 140s, couple 138s. 5% risk on each contract. I mean, they're up already because the IV moved back up a little bit. That drop was brutal. Check DMs. Wolverine was a small company. Its equities and business employed only 2 employees, a trader and an IT professional, and was struggling to accept an increasingly large quantity of orders. Order flow Robinhood sent their way, as certain other market makers that Robinhood routinely routed orders to ceased accepting order flow. When Wolverine asked Robinhood to reduce the equities order flow, Robinhood threatened to indefinitely cease routing both options and equities to Wolverine. As a result, Wolverine continued accepting equities order flow despite the concerns raised by Wolverine's operational staff that that the increasing order flow could result in a system failure. Wolverine wound down its equities market making business subsequent to the meme stock market event. When Rob Bellick spoke with committee staff, he could not recall the specific time or subject matter of any discussion with Jim Startwout or what was discussed. A dedicated market maker is small horseshit. I mean, their equities branch is like almost non-existent, but Robinhood's supposed to be self-clearing. So I think the bigger question is here is why is Robinhood touting themselves as self-clearing when they're fucking passing order flow on to Wolverine? Oh shit. Oh, okay. No, Robinhood's not Apex. Robinhood's self-clearing. Supposedly. The report is literally outlining the failures of these brokers, and honestly, it's outlining how broken the system actually is. I'll get a chance to read through the entirety of it later. Should we wait for a retest of the low? For what? For repositioning? You could, although this price action is bearish. Holding August calls through this a good or bad idea? I mean, Cotton Frexie and now this rough. How much did IV drop on them? I wasn't holding August calls, so I'm not sure. Are there still any obligations? Did call shutters just fix the problem for them? I don't know. We'll see when we get GEX tonight. I'm trying to ask again. Do you not believe that there is OPEX covering due anymore? Oh, I believe there are obligations due still. The question is, are they covering them or not? And it currently does not look like they are. PTM puts OI way up on 715 now. PTM? OTM? That typo? August call IV dropped too. The Russell 1000 move, we're already in the Russell 1000. We're moving from growth to value, but that's like a positive. Like the growth to value should cause share buying of GameStop. All obligations to the obligations warehouse. When 5 million volumes still should come through, shouldn't it? We'll see. Fuck. Would you hold in the money July 1st calls through the weekend? How in the money are you? Like, I don't think the weekend's gonna drop our price significantly, but if they're shorting the stock, they're getting liquidity from somewhere. And that was a big fucking short attack. I would call it because of ETF rebalancing. They can't can kick. So did we. They still have until Monday to cover. So this can just be to scare out call buyers. We don't know yet. Right? It's not over. So until it's over and we get data days afterwards, there's no way of telling. Wasn't it only quarterly OPEX we really cared about? This is a quarterly OPEX. Randall Fronsworth, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire, dude. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
Bought last Thursday, near in the money with Delta, got stopped out for profit, may reposition later today with more money, and see if Monday runs. Managed risk first and foremost. Good job, you're the schmoofy. Congrats, man. If they can just cover obligations, then why wouldn't they just push out covering an extra week or two and try to get as many people to sell out of calls? It's hard to carry that for a week or two, especially on the ETF side, right? That's where our primary concern is like the market maker gamma's nice, right? But market makers can fuck with their gamma. We already know that. You know, they can, if they drop the price relative to the price increase, if calls sell out of the chain, all of these things reduce market maker gamma imbalance, right? So that's, you know, that value can be shifted. What can't be shifted is the buying of real shares by ETFs. Because that's a market buy that needs to occur in order for an ETF to present its net asset pool to its investors. Like they can't use hedging through a rebalance to show share ownership. They have to actually own the fucking stock, otherwise the fund isn't, you know, complete. Didn't you say the Russell 1K growth value move could cause some liquidity? It can cause some liquidity, but it's a net buying event, right? Like, more shares of GameStop should be bought, and really none should be sold. They should simply be transferred. And even the ones transferred, it's only about 500,000. How did they just drop IV like that? I've never seen that happen so intensely. I mean, the market maker has to do that, right? The market maker has to price down IV. And usually that only happens when like bad news comes out, right? And the market maker expects an immediate drop in the equity. And so they price up puts and price down options. I have to ride this out now after selling and buying back. If I sell now, I get a GFE. I am better at GFE than a massive loss, right? You can, I think you can get, what, 3 a year? We said the price action is bearish. What do you mean? From a technical perspective, this is not a bullish trend. This drop into this bounce is it's a like a bear flag, right? These usually fail. They're a continuation pattern. People don't have money to buy calls 2 weeks out. It's why they buy weeklies. I mean, if people don't have money to buy calls 2 weeks out, they shouldn't be buying calls on GameStop, right? There's thousands of other equities that you could buy calls on where theta is not a requirement. That Ivy crush was something you see after earnings. Yeah. I don't know if it was just a small IV crush on the MM side that then led to the sell off, or if it was just a large IV crush that then led to a sell off, which led to more IV crushing. I need to look at it once it's updated enough for me to see the effect. Okay. Net delta's picking back up. Shitloads of calls sold, mostly retail. Also, a lot of calls being bought right now. This is very accurate, turd. Net delta dropped from positive to negative 226,000 in less than 12 minutes. Can they sell the shares and FTD the buys? Yes. I mean, that's synthetic shorting, right? Yeah, but technicals don't matter because OPEX. It's true. But it's still something that should be considered, right? I don't know if it was the report that dropped the price. The report came out before market open. Abdi put their pickle in my jar. I read the R pickle finance on Feb 24, 2021. They didn't cover obligations until 2:30 in the afternoon. For GME, could you be expecting the same thing here today or Monday afternoon next week? It's possible. Yeah. Feb obligations were delayed, but Feb OPEX last year fell. The expiration for February OPEX fell on, what was it, the 20, I think the expiration was, oh no, it was the 19th. So the holiday wasn't on the week of settlement, so it's different. So in Feb 21, you had the 15th was the holiday. OPEX expiration was or OPEX was on the 19th, and then the run was on the final T+2 day, which was Wednesday. So if all orders were placed by market open the following week after Feb 19th, then it would have been within T+2. We halted into close, so they were able to continue carrying those obligations onto the +3 day. What percentage of your position capital should be reserved for maintenance on that position? It depends on the size of the position. Usually the larger it is, the more you want on the side for maintenance, but 10 to 20%. The amount of stupidity at the highest levels of finance is ridiculous. I bought 140s back on the dip, Vesture. So I have 140Cs right now. That I bought around like 10.48. And I bought some more at 11. Wash sale? How's a wash sale? I didn't have any 140s before. I mean, the IV drops so hard that even if they just reprice IV and the call doesn't go up, the fucking option's gonna be worth like 20%, 30% more. This morning you mentioned the possibility for firms to apply for a 30 calendar day extension. If I recall, is that a FINRA rule? Is it documented somewhere? It's an SEC rule, 15C3-3. Is that what it was? 15C3-3M. And there's a calendar for it somewhere. But it's not a 30-day extension. It's 14-day extensions. But they can request them up to 4 times. But what I'm trying to find out is if I can find publicly available information on if those requests are being submitted. Like, is there disclosure of those requests? They crushed Jimmy with 1,200 put trade on XRT at the exact time of the drop. Interesting. What strike? Can you show me, Turd? Do you have it pulled up? That's not even that many puts, right? What's a wash sale? Selling at a loss and buying back in within 30 days. At what point do I stop being greedy with options and just take the 10% gains? Hard lesson to learn repeatedly. I'm gonna say at the point that you learn to start setting stop losses on your positions, because those will force you to take your profits, right? That's the point of them. Is it even if you do decide to be greedy, if the position moves against you, it closes? You know what's annoying? When people are scheduling support with you, they all basically say, "Are you available for support during OPEX?" I swear, ridiculous. You mentioned OPEX covering could occur as late as Monday due to the holiday, correct? Yes, they have until Monday to place orders. That doesn't mean I need to carry exposure though, right? Like if the market maker is going to fuck with the chain, I'm not going to take that risk. I bought in some more, but my position's now what, like 5% of what it was 2 hours ago? They have bell to bell. So ugh, where's the fucking thing? Hold on. All right. So here. So Reg T extension date, right? For trades that occurred. Oh, wait, it's not showing up. 1 second. There we go. So for trades that occurred on June 17th, the settlement day is June 24th, which is today, right? This is bell to bell. So from June 24th at 9:30 a.m. market time through 9:30 a.m. on the 27th. That is considered the June 24th settlement day. Oh, it's not lined up. There we go. June 24th, right there. That's settlement. And this was our big question that we'd had unanswered from FINRA previously in our multiple other phone calls to them. Was does FINRA count this as the final settlement day? Or does FINRA count this as just a full settlement day, like a rolling period full settlement day? And it is the rolling period. So this means that any trades closed. Oh, sorry. I know it's off. Any trades closed on the 17th must be settled on the 24th. And the 24th is all trading hours from 9:30 a.m. today through 9:30 a.m. Monday. That is the rolling period for a trading day per FINRA regulation. What we weren't sure of, like, is because there's already an extension in place, and one other dipshit at FINRA told us that the 24th was the final settlement day, meaning that all orders had to be placed by 9:30 a.m. on the 24th, right? And because of that, our understanding of how long this period extended to was kind of opaque. But I confirmed a couple times with them yesterday that it is in fact the entire rolling settlement period. Now the question that we have is, for the ETFs, these other extensions, right? See here, the 15C3-3 and the 4210F6, these extensions, do these apply? Because if these applied in February to the ETF settlement, this would explain why the March, these? If these apply to the March settlement, or the February 2022, and they apply now, then that would explain why the March run was so large, right? Because it would mean like that 28 calendar day extension would allow them to push obligations on OPEXs that settle during a holiday period forward 14 to 28 days. I mean, most people at FINRA don't even know any of this. I finally through the senior stock assistance hotline, which is like a hotline for seniors to call and ask questions. I got in touch with a guy who is on the settlement desk. And he was pretty clear cut about it. Like, he actually kind of knew what he was fucking talking about. Most of the call lines you call, you have to have a licensee number in order to speak with anybody. You missed my Ko-Fi. I'm sorry, dude. Give me 1 sec. Let me clip that, and I'll check it out. Because I don't want to have to explain that 1,000 times. How am I supposed to buy games on the Steam Summer Sale now without OPEX skins? So you'll be waiting 2 to 4 weeks, just like Fab. We're not sure. We're not sure if their settlement applies to that or not. I'm like a trader and an analyst. I'm not a fucking securities lawyer. IV's dropping again. Careful. Has Cat bottomed out? I think Cat bottomed out yesterday. It hit like 176. Did you pretend to be my age? Next, you'll be stealing handicap parking spots. Check table 1 on page 107 of the meme stop report. Nomura's Instinet LLC? Instinet LLC got the highest excess capital premium charges assessed. Maybe some of the Archegos tinfoil wasn't so far-fetched. Could Instinet have been clearing Melvin? That's possible. That's interesting. I mean, I'll check it out after. Can you message me to remind me? I was in a meeting. My stop losses didn't trigger. How do stop losses not trigger? August 5 calls in the money. I'm not down that much. Would you sell out? I've got time. I mean, make sure that your stops are set appropriately and are, good to close so that, they don't not fill. If you're still in the money, then awesome, right? But make sure your stop losses are set correctly because they should have triggered if you wanted them to. Depending on where settlement applies, couldn't we deduce what kind of entity is pulling this off? A little bit, yeah. Can we talk about how you say lawyer? What about it? That's the word. It's not a lawyer. There's no O. Send it again. Oh, sorry, dude. In general, when you fuck up so bad that national news is reporting it, don't send emails and text messages about how fucked you are and how bad you fucked up. The levels of incompetence, yeah, they're. I'm sure it's pretty bad, man. To be fair, January 2021 was a shit show, right? We don't know yet. That wouldn't affect the market maker. We do know that. So that wouldn't affect GEX. The only way for the market maker to kill GEX is to get all the calls that they didn't hedge to sell off, right? But if the market maker is aware that the ETFs aren't going to cover this week, then they know that they're not going to have to compete for price action. So they have no reason to fucking cover either. You should tell that clip OPEX and holidays. We love you long time. I'm aware that it's lawyer, not lawyer. It's foyer. You don't say loyer, do you? Attorney is solid too. But there's no question about the pronunciation of lawyer. You don't say, I studied the law. You don't say biology and call a biologist a boyologist, do you? Those are two different things. It was? There's general counsel during it? You still holding your 140s? No, they're stopped. I just told everyone IV was dropping. Watch out. Like, right before this started. Can you say rural juror? Yes. Thanks for the risk management tips. I'm out of everything. Made small profits on my October calls. Nice. Why did Ivy drop so hard? Market makers pricing it down on the drops. Yeah, Bobby's not getting hit as hard. None of the rest of the basket is being hit as hard. Oh no, the obligations are still there. They don't disappear. Because they're trying to shake calls. Yeah, I mean, successfully, right? What time do rebalance buys hit? We don't know yet. So 5 million ETF shares, around 150 million now estimated. GEX? I don't know how much the GEX is on how much GEX is shaved on this drop. It'll depend on the number of calls sold. And they almost, so the largest amount of gamma exposure generated here, right? And they almost have us back in this range. So about half, but that'll depend on the number of calls sold. So for each call sold off, that's more gamma that they don't have to hedge, right? I wonder if we're still within the trend. We still have support here on the low end. 135.97. How much time do you usually buy on a slow mover like Cat? 60 to 90 DTE. Anyone else think they're dropping us below 130? Maybe. We have support right here. So, we'll see. She's still expecting ETF cover next week. Well, we need to see what happens next week to determine if they're taking advantage of 15C3 or 4210. So right now, as far as we're aware, that final settlement is still Monday. If we don't settle on Monday, then we have to start looking for other possibilities. You know, we only have 2 OPEXs that have occurred on a holiday week. And both of those weeks have now been failures. Not gonna lie, man, this feels like a repeat of Feb. July's the play. It's gonna explode. Maybe. You know, that was the first thing that got me thinking that was, you know, in if you look at Feb is exactly like Feb expiration is exactly 30 calendar days from the beginning of the March run up. So from the first settlement day in March. But this is our only point of reference. We don't have any other OPEX that fell on a holiday besides this week. All of our other OPEXs are a standard trading week. It's compelling that, you know, both are non-performing, right? But also that doesn't mean that that's the causation, right? Just because it's correlated. How can they push off obligations they already deferred from May? These aren't from May. These are from June 17th. The May obligations were covered. They closed them and they covered. May obligations were closed here, and then they immediately covered. Then we had the gamma feedback, and then the price dropped, and then we started climbing into this. Do you have to look at the Feb ETF nav to see if that's the case? Maybe. What's going on? I was away. Is Jimmy is down so much you sold your calls? I mean, I got stopped out of most of them when the IV crushed. I sold the rest off. I bought some 140s and then I sold those off, and then we're just trading flat on the lower resistance right now. Monday we moon. We don't know if we moon Monday. We need to see. That's never happened. Are the cycles dead, do you think? No. The creation's continuing, right? How are they shorting us so hard? Turd said that... Oh, here we go. So here's XRT at the time of our drop. So they're still doing the same shit. That doesn't indicate to me that cycles are dead, right? fucky, more volatile, and less reliable than they were last year, but is Ivy Crush arbitrary? I mean, it's not arbitrary, but the market maker can crush it. Glad I used my inverse gherk. What is this? Glad I used my inverse gherk method for NOPEX. So you missed out on 50% gains on options. Congratulations. We literally saw them return 5 million shares to XRT yesterday. And Feb, we didn't see that. They have to buy those shares. Turd, do you have the Feb OI shift for or the Feb shares outstanding shift for XRT? If you're still around. How big of a deal do you think GME is to these market makers? Not a huge one. This is Moonwin's fault. Notice he's not here. Coincidence? I don't believe in them. What did the XRT pick show? Oh, put spread of negative 11,000 delta. Placed at the $62 put for July 15th. Looks like 4,600 puts. Did Ivy crush because RC moved the date? No. Do you think MM's crushed the IV on purpose to force those calls to sell off so they can offset huge gamma imbalance that they refuse to cover? That's possible. I tried explaining this to someone last night because I didn't really get the incentive, right? But, you know, if you bought a call Friday due to their deferral this week and their lack of hedging, this Friday you sold that call, whatever loss realized here was 100% profit for the market maker. Because they didn't hedge shit all week. They hedged incoming calls, right? But that was it. They didn't hedge any of the risk from last week at all. And if they can drop the price sufficiently today and get all the calls out before Monday, then they don't have to hedge a goddamn thing, right? There's a theory last year on change of index ETF that funds sold Jimmy during the day higher to back in new ETF positions at a lower price at end of day to lower their NAV on the new ETFs and have a lower entry point. That's possible. But there's not that much there's not that many shares moving for GameStop tonight. It's only like 200,000 in two ETFs and like maybe another 100,000 in like three other ones. Entropy swaps are good for 90 days, roughly. They're quarterly. I don't know if that extends out to August, but it definitely extends through July. For future reference, is lack of gamma hedging the red flag of an incoming rug pull? We've never, I mean, that's tough to say. We've seen, I wonder, hold on. Maybe I'll show you this and maybe it can give you an idea. So if we look here, this is our third largest spike in positive gamma over the last year and a half. The other one occurred in October 29th of 2021, and the one that occurred before that was in October of 2022. We think these are swaps. But after October 29th, we ran up, right? We ran up all the way into November OPEX. Now this one's not as large, but it's still much larger than, you know, even the gamma spikes we saw in January. Oh, those are all way the fuck offset. Sorry. Yeah, it's still much larger than most of the gamma spikes we see throughout the year that are, you know, roughly in like the $15 million at the high end and like $13 million range. This one was, you know, at $22 million. These are both around 50 million. That's $50 million per dollar price increase. So those other two really big spikes followed by well, October followed by a pretty fat run in November of last year on GME. I mean, notionally not as big as our runs are now, but it's still followed by a run, right? And then October of 2021 also followed by a pretty substantial run. I think we went from what, like in that time frame we went from a low of around 172 to a high of 255. So they have preceded runs. Not preceded rug pulls, really. Any indication institutional calls purchased this past week, particularly out of Philly, have been shed? Oh, those have been exercised immediately. Here, you guys want to see something else really fun? Here's uh here's XRT's gamma. This is March 18th. This is April 14th. This is this spike right here is May, negative 61 million. This is the current spike. So, you know, after every large spike since March, well, even in Feb, like we did run, just not a lot, right? After every large spike and negative gamma on XRT, we run. April 14th, not a lot, but it was small, right? Relatively. If we break this support, what's the next support level? 130. They're pushing down on us too. Volume's coming in. Next bounce is today's bottom. Probably missed this explained, but anyone in chat explain whether the 250 million gamma needs to be covered still, or is that dead? That will be relative to where we end today, Thomas. Today is their final day of covering, meaning from market open this morning at 9:30 a.m. to market open Monday at 9:30 a.m. They have this period of time to get the price back down into the relative range to destroy the gamma exposure from last week. So if they can bring the price of GameStop back to the spot price at which that gamma exposure was created. So we'll go out here and we'll look, which was here. It began being created here, right? So if GameStop comes back to that price, then all of that exposure is gone. Because the options pushed into the money here are no longer in the money. The selling of open options contracts in this period further reduces that risk. But if they shake all the calls, then they don't have to cover shit. Freg's Day 2.0, like we all feared. Gaff was right. Gaff didn't call for that either. I mean, at all. I just got stopped out of everything but IV plays. Tiny gains, but no losses. Yeah, just reposition. That's my plan, at least. If this continues below 130 today, I'm going to start selling covered calls. So, will the rebalance be an after hours or during today's trading day? Rebalance buying be an after hours or during today's trading day? We're still trying to determine if they have to do their rebalance buying now or in 28 calendar days. After careful analysis of today's price action, the IV crush in your stream, I've concluded that today blows. Well, yeah. At least we all weather it together and hopefully learn something new afterwards. Thanks, Pickle. Thanks, kinda huge. How do you properly set a stop loss on an option so it fills if things drop quickly? Well, if you set a stop loss, it'll fill automatically. So, you know, if you have a contract whose premium's trading at like, say, 510, and you bought this contract for 250, so you want to capture at least $4 of profit, right? If you have a stop loss set at 4, if the price of this contract falls to 4, it's going to sell at a market order between, you know, the current like mid and bid, right? So you know you'll get a fill roughly in the $4 range. Um, or you can use a stop limit on that same contract, right? You bought it for 250, it's trading at 510. And you can set a stop at like 450 with a limit at 4, and this way you'll be guaranteed a fill as long as it doesn't gap over, which it could. This is the risk of a stop limit, is that it can gap over your limit. But as long as the price steadily falls, then your you will fill on the contract at a minimum of $4, possibly higher, right? You will fill somewhere between $4 and 450. Sometimes on stop limits, you even get lucky and the price drops and hits your stop and immediately bounces, like IV will spike. And you know, say you have that $4 limit and it might fill at 510. So that's something that can happen with limit fills. ETF shorting or in the money puts? How low is our? I don't see any in the money puts yet, so it looks like ETF shorting. Lots of puts coming in on XRT. Oh, here's Fab, by the way. Oh wait, is this Fab? This isn't Fab. Wait, this is May and June, turd. Do you have Feb? I can't open that on my computer. No, I got stopped out of everything. With shitty profits. I should have sold it all on the test of 148 today. Buying out of the money puts better risk reward than calls at this point. I mean, they're priced better. Thank you, turd. You care if I share that? Oh, okay. This is Fab. So Fab's right here near the top. So you can see we saw a small bump in Feb. Move from like, there was a big bump here after Feb 7th to 4 million. And then we saw a small bump in shares outstanding into Feb 18th, and then a fairly consistent drop, I think, out into March, right? Do you have that on the other one? No. If I remember correctly. But if you look here on Feb 7th, they almost like blew up XRT. Got on my July calls at a small loss. Position with far dated puts at 140, 130, 120. I'm going to hold August and October calls over the weekend. Wish me luck, guys. Nice. Yeah, it's a balanced way of handling it. Good job throwing up the hedge. Hard to see big profits disappear in minutes, though. I mean, as long as you're not losing your money, right? You're buying exposure. How are you able to find out if the holiday in Feb did allow them to delay OPEX 14 to 28 days? If the same thing could be happening this week, we need to dig into a shitload of legal paperwork. And we need to find out if there's any way to access filings or requests for illiquidity provisions. So if a case can be made, and the first thing I want to find out, I guess, and the most important thing I want to find out is, can a case be made for illiquidity on GameStop that would be approved by FINRA? You know, with GameStop outside of delta hedging, trading sub 500,000 volume a day, if a case can be made for illiquidity there, then, and I'm not sure it can, because I'm not sure if they factor in delta hedging versus like realized volume or like trade volume. But if it can, then I need to find out if there's a way to find any requests submitted for that provision. What if you still made money? Should I too feel bad? Because I do. I mean, no, that's good. Like, if you got out with some gains still, awesome. I got out with like a little bit. Not worth the capital, but better than losing money. It's still too early though. We can rise like Phoenix. Why did you spell it like that? Well, if it is Fab, then we get a chance to buy fucking GME at $80 again, right? He didn't even spell it Phoenix like F-E-N-I-X. He spelled it F-E-N-I-C-K-S. What do you think your strikes and expirations will be for the CCs? You sell if we drop to 130. I want enough room in case there's a bounce Monday. Maybe like 145. It's kind of shitty that IV's flooding out though. Like, this isn't an ideal time to sell them, but I'll pick up some capital in between. And also, if there's a run Monday, I want to be able to buy them back. Look at the price action post Feb 7. A run due to ETF buying shares is still on the table, right? And maybe that's the reason they need to short it today, because 5 million shares is... Sorry. $5 million shares is a big fucking chunk. I'm holding out for that possibility, but it's fucking risky, right? Like, there's no denying the risk of waiting for that to be realized. Like, if we start moving, I'll buy in and see what happens. But there's definitely a lot of risk there, especially with the price action today. If the market maker is successful in killing their gamma exposure, you know, there's no catalyst to cause the ETF to cover, which is concerning. Stop loss, like capitulation? Yeah. All right, if you have a stop loss, you can't fall through. It's impossible. A stop loss triggers a market order. So that market order will fill no matter how far the price drops. If you have a stop limit and it's not wide enough, yes, the price can gap over the limit. I know that. Except I also know that his English is just fine. He's constantly in here trolling. Does this make you nervous or scared? No. Just a different position, right? I got up 2% after being up. I got out up 2% after being up 60% this morning. Brutal. Better than being out down 60%, right? Which statistically is true for some. There's no doubt about it. There's people that lost money on that. During the public quant court extravaganza last weekend, didn't Fairy Cat say the market is pricing us down to 60 anyway? So maybe Feb 2.0 is on the menu. The only problem I have with that forward outlook for Delta is that I don't think like open interest that far out is very high. B, so the pricing that it's estimating is skewed to the lack of liquidity, right? And then B, it's also skewed by the massive amount of dupes, which have a negative delta effect, right? I mean, it's not huge, but it's there. Any out of the money puts are going to have a negative delta that's going to pull down that perceived forward value. And given that GameStop's like leap interest is just fairly low anyway, like, and as we approach that period of time and retail's range of buying reaches that point, like that quarter, that can move up a lot, right? I don't like how the ceiling and floor are getting lower. That's fair. How far out do you typically go for your covered calls? 30 or 45 days or so? Well, I know July 15's on the table, so I'm not selling out beyond that. Probably if I sold calls today, I wouldn't sell them. I probably wouldn't sell them beyond like 2 weeks, like 14 days to expiry. What do you think of Gen 23,950s? I mean, they're not going to really be very affected by near-term price action, right? They're really only affected by expansion of IV and IV crush. So I mean, their value is almost purely extrinsic. Clinging on to my 160C expiring today. Max loss of $60. Damn, took a haircut on this, but didn't lose everything because I bought smart contracts. So when's SPY crashing so I can buy puts? I think the SPY's set up to rally through next week or to continue pushing up. What's even worse is that none of this is active fund pressure, right? Like none of our downside is being compounded by active funds selling off. This is just straight up shorting and call selling. Yeah, I mean, part of it's good in a way. They haven't shorted us in a long time, like hard. So it's nice to know they still care. I hate when they make me wait for attendees. We all do. Does any of this have anything to do with all that strange Philadelphia trading that you reported on seeing? No, I don't think so. The Philadelphia trading still just looks like FTD clearing. And I suspect in 6 days when we get the FTD report for the beginning of this month, we will see that FTD's increased beyond May 30th. And we're pushed down with in line with that in the money put buying or in the money call buying. Are you still giving it until power hour or kind of leaning less than 50%? We see much action rest of the day. I think they're going to continue to short the fuck out of us today. They're going to kill that fucking gamma exposure if they can. And it looks like that's exactly what they're targeting, right? Fucking weeklies. Do you think it's likely we're headed down below 130 end of day? They're pushing pretty hard. We'll see. If more volume continues to come into the short side, yes. I have 4 715 200s, 6 715 250s, down 57 and 63% respectively. Hold on. Have 4 715 200s, 6 715 250s, down 50 cents, 63% respectively. Lessons learned: what to do now. Let it ride, see if it recovers today, Monday at all, or sell, take loss. There's still 3 weeks until expiration, or am I looking at it wrong? I mean, you're gonna take a theta hit in addition over the weekend. If they continue to drop the price today, you're gonna get hit a little more on what very little intrinsic value is in those calls. Mostly the value you've lost in them is the IV crush. But if IV continues to crush, you're gonna get fucking hammered, right? So if IV opens 20% down Monday, you're going to lose almost all the value in the call. How does it feel to be wrong this much? Feels great. Thanks for the $3, man. Still holding 950s? No. Do you think it's likely we're heading down below 130 end of the day? Okay, I answered that. Could this be the dump before the pump next week from the obligations they need to cover? If this tracks Feb and we're right about, well, not where, if I'm right about the 28 calendar day extension, then they're gonna fucking slam it hard over the next almost month. Not quite a month now. You're talking about GME. I'm sorry to be annoying, but what's going on with Bobby? Why is it also following the drop? Same basket, right? Or they're taking advantage of the pullback and calls. I mean, this looks like they're shorting this again also. Stop saying what? Hold on. Frank's Day hurt, but after learning from your stream, I sold my calls with hardly any loss today. Thank you, sir, for sharing what you know. You got it, dude. Improper grammar, Heathdale. Is the entropy swap still in place? Yes. If yes, isn't it weird if no run? No. Yes and no. The entropy swap remains in place though, right? Did you read Maxine's report? No, not all of it. I've read some highlights that people DM me smooth, but I need to sit down and read the whole thing. So shorting leads to call selling, but do they not still have to cover roughly 5 million shares or what? They do from the ETF, but we're trying to determine if they get an extension on that. Jesper Jacobson. We don't know yet. And you know, if the market maker drops the price to 126 today and they cover 5 million shares on Monday and it moves us up to like, 140 and then we move back down again, is anybody going to give a shit? No one ever said that taking their money would be easy, did they? No. Do you think they stockpiled the borrowed shares for today knowing that a run was coming? It looks like they just directly shorted us through XRT. It doesn't look like they stockpiled shit. They just bought 4,600 puts on XRT and we fucking drop like a rock. They, like I said, if they want shares, they can get them. Would you agree that the kicking of the can obligations makes the next OPEX more spicy? I mean, it made it more spicy in March. A lot more spicy. So the OPEX volume has to come eventually, right? Yes. If no covering Monday, will we see the dip we were expecting a week or so ago? I think so. I bought puts this morning, August 5, 1:35 p. when it was still kind of going up. Now, despite a $15 drop, IV crushed so hard that I'm still break even. This is dumb as fuck. I mean, if you have 135s for August, you're probably gonna print if the price continues on this trend. If we're setting up for July, why sell the 950 leaps when we were suspecting a large IV bump in 30 days? They'll still be valuable, just not as much, correct? Profits are profits, right? Well, because I took like 20% more on them by selling them 2 hours ago than I would if I fucking waited. And then if I wait, I'm just going to average them down. So now why not sell them at the top, buy them back at the bottom? My cost basis on that on the 950 position was like $3.85. I think I can already buy them back cheaper than I sold them for. So I just buy back into them when IV crushes out. If we're gonna see a repeat of end of Feb through mid-March, then I can buy those back at the low 70% cheaper than they're at right now. That's why. Instead of just averaging down and paying for theta every day. I told you guys if it moved against me, I was gonna fucking cut it. I wasn't kidding. Weeklies have higher IV. The further out you are, the less IV there is. I mean, the Philly trades aren't crime, right? They're just volume washing. They're allowed to do that. Like CNS allows for that. It's not even a fine. It's only a fine if they're using married puts to satisfy reg show obligations. Stop saying weeklies, like 99% of the people here bought them. Just saying it's a cope is a bad look. I mean, people did buy them. Lots of people bought them. Everyone's sad right now probably had weeklies. Weeklies or like 7-1 or 7-8. Not enough theta. So the drop crushed the calls almost immediately. If entropy swap's still in place, I mean, run is still likely. Thoughts. Adjust the chart. No. I had weeklies this morning, but I sold them. Could they be bailing us with positions on the options chain, knowing we're expecting a run, then flipping the script? I mean, that's not really, they don't need to flip the script. They just drop the price and people sell, right? We still think that the puts that expired between 80 and 110 last week were used to mark long FTDs. Because not only did they sell the puts, or did they not sell the puts, they just kept buying more the whole time. They didn't sell them ever. They didn't move that position. They just let it expire fucking worthless. And they continued to buy puts in that range in large blocks all the way through that week. How are the 5 million XRT shares related to the 140k XRT puts closed on 6/17? Are they not related? They're not related directly. They're probably, the 5 million shares are more likely related to the rebalance than anything else. And this looks like Feb. Do you still think we could run by July 15th? There's still obligations on July 15th. Cut my losses at plus 20% up. Rather have some than none. Yeah. And then if it runs, you can just reposition. Just because you bought a fucking call doesn't mean you have to be married to it. Have the people in this chat ever heard of a stop loss? I mean, some have. I think a lot of people just closed. A lot of people were prepared and closed, and I mean that's what I'm seeing people say for the most part. If you lost 60% on a 715, you did not have a stop loss. You had no stop in place. That's the only way. How is this just being discovered now? We've only had one other OPEX with the holiday. Because for every one of these things, there's 500 pages of fucking regulations to go through. That's how it's just being considered even now, not even discovered. We don't know if it's true yet or not. You can feel free to go through it and send me your findings. Otherwise, you know, it's me and fucking 5 other guys that have to try to do all that work. Stop loss kicked in with the first dip. Was sad to take home small profits. Now thankful I have more powder for the next run. Thanks for the insights, dude. No problem. I'm no expert, but I get the impression they use 1 step forward, 2 step backwards tactic to diffuse big run-ups. We'll see. Growth ETF equals sell value equals buy after hours. Maybe. Some of this could be related to the Russell 1000 repositioning, but the repositioning is a net buy. I should have jumped out at 140. I ended up jumping out at 138 when you said it was dropping, and I still came out ahead. Thanks for the wrinkles. No problem, Roberto. Someone should make a collection of clips of Gherk warning people about weeklies. It would be hours long. Since they found liquidity, there's no reason for GME to recover today, I assume. None that I can think of. If we see any buying on GME today, it'll be towards the end of the day when they rebalance the Russell. I believe in the sanctity of marriage. I'm still holding. In TA perspective, isn't this a rejection off the 200 MA, resulting in a bearish engulfing down to the test of the 13 MA, potentially the 50? Yes. Yeah, we're rejected right off of the Well, on the daily. Hold on. Rejected right off of the 200 MA right here. I mean, that's a cross of the 200 MA is an institutional buy signal. Not a lot of institutions use it, but some do. More importantly, boomer investors buy into golden crosses, right? Everyone fucking loves a good golden cross. It's antiquated, but it's still used. One of the guys on the other Discord brought that up last night. That they really don't want it to golden cross again. Correct. I cut losses manually after the flash crash at about 0% profit. So I'm getting better. Congrats, dude. Got out with the money I put in. Didn't lose everything like November. Thanks. That's the goal, right? With these is to get them to the point where no one loses money. They simply buy exposure to the event. If the event is realized, they make lots of profit. If it is not, they don't lose anything. OPEX with holiday doesn't matter nearly as much if you buy enough theta and not deep out of the money. I mean, theoretically, the further out of the money you are, the less you're affected by changes in the price of the underlying, right? So closer to the money calls are far more sensitive to change in the price because they have higher delta. If you're not allowed to set a stop loss, use a different brokerage. Yeah. I was up a ton, set no stop loss, and am now down. Crime? Obviously. So there's not much else to do. Can you tell us more time? How does XRT put become a GME shortable share so fast? I mean, creation's instantaneous, and it's not a shortable share, it's just a share, and then they sell the share. The biggest benefit of that, especially for a short volatility position, is, you know, short volume is not going to drop IV as much as just selling will. Like market maker shorting isn't going to smash IV as quickly, but just selling, 420,000 shares of GameStop, that'll fucking drop the IV in the price real fast. They're just fucking, they're creating them and then just market order, right? Market order sale. Sort of like your credit card's details page regarding all of the rules and issues involved. Yeah. Worse, way worse. But similar, yeah. Just tons and tons and tons of documentation and, additional conditions for every fucking perceivable scenario. Next time we get a week like this with a holiday, they're gonna run it early. Maybe. Still holding on to 150, 7-8 calls. I only have 2. We could see positive price action due to the rebalance today, or possibly some gamma exposure covering Monday or into the end of today, depending on how the market maker is going to handle. They still have a little exposure left. They fucking crushed it bad, but there's still a little bit left, right? Here we go. So there's some. This range of exposure still there. I don't know if the call selling has gotten rid of what remained here. but there's a little bit. They get a 28-day extension that lands on the Friday after July OPEX. That might make for an interesting double top. See, the interesting thing about that extension is it's 14 days, but they can request it up to 4 times. If it's grantable, which we still don't know yet. We essentially have to go through the regulations and attempt to build a case for illiquidity on GameStop that would be like what we would present to FINRA if we were a short fund, right? It's it's gonna be a bitch. And the reality of the situation is probably be fine just buying the dip and seeing if July pans out. I actually listened to Gurk. Thanks, Gurk. Played it my own way on that. Made money. I guess I'm not a super stunker after all. Just like I said many times. Thanks, time traveling superpositional cat. Goodbye for a while, everyone. Turns out I'm really bad at this, and I have to stop before I lose my whole investment. I wish everyone luck. I'll be back someday. Thanks for trying to educate us all, Gurk. Much appreciated. See you later, Ben. I think anyone who bought Thursday and had a stop limit near their cost basis got gapped over. Hard to believe that's just coincidence. Thursday last week? Or Thursday this week? Since there's not much else to do, can you tell us one more time? How does an XRT put become a GME shortable share so fast? Wait, I told you that before. Oh, maybe I just haven't caught up yet. Are we still gonna push for GM? Anything next week? I don't like it. If Monday's a nothing burger, would you get August monthlies at the money put to capture downside price action until July OPEX? August monthly at the money put? Yeah, I probably would. I'm having trouble getting out of my July 15 calls. They're not getting filled even when I'm setting my limit cells at the bid. What should I do? How the fuck is that possible? The bid is a standing order. Set it like a penny below, see if it fills. Somebody was saying earlier that they were having an issue like that on BBBY. Maybe it's that brokerage. Maybe it's that same brokerage. But he like shifted it a penny and then it filled. The problem with any OPEX run is people have MOASS in their minds and expect it to go higher. I know. If only I had been watching the last year, I would have been able to buy most of my GME with CSPs. IWM still in play for today? It was doing good this morning. I haven't checked it for a little while. Did the position open? No. Um, yeah, IWM's fucking killing it. Jesus. I should fucking close this. Hold on. Oh, by the way, if you're still in that, I set a stop on it, but it looks like it's gonna break higher right now. Just FYI. So I set a trailing stop, but I think this is gonna break or try to break this resistance. It may fail, but it looks strong. It's not just about weeklies. You have to be. I mean, it's high risk. I couldn't have made it more fucking clear. I don't care at this point. Let's remember the happy times when we were at 148 and that was inevitable. You mean 3 hours ago? I bought August 5th, 135p this morning, and despite the $15 drop, IV Crush is so terrible that I'm barely above break even now. $15 drop, up 50. Either MM priced the drop ahead of time or bullshit. They did. Like 4 minutes before we dropped, I said the IV's crushing. And then we fucking got slammed. That happened twice. They definitely priced the IV drop ahead. Probably because they're the ones fucking slamming the price. Sorry to hear that, only lever. How are 5 million XRT shares related to... I already answered that question like fucking 5 times now. Can we go back to Tuesday? No. I think it's worth reminding anyone who's hurting right now, no position is worth your life. No matter what happened today, we'll all come back from this, and it's never beyond hope or help. It's true. Could always file bankruptcy. Or the Wall Street Bets method, you just delete the trading account. It reminds me of what you taught us. Trading isn't about big wins, it's about losing small. If you lost small today or didn't lose at all, you won. Yeah. I didn't buy calls. Did I do it right? I mean, maybe. That COD tip was my OPEX hedge. Cat's pulling back hard. It's doing good. This is a nice bounce. And it's already back above the trend. So if this continues to push up into next week, you're gonna be looking this chart sucks. Hold on. You're gonna be looking for a break of this resistance at 184. If it fails this, though, be warned that it can fall back to the low. So if you're up right now and there's a failure at this point, make sure that, you know, you're setting a stop. If it breaks out, it'll keep moving, but motherfuckers. What brokerages don't let you set a stop loss? I think there's a couple that don't have them. Is the stop in WeBull a stop loss, or is that stop limit? It's just stop. Stop is the stop loss. Stop limit is the stop limit. Thanks, Wi-Fi, for a fan. All I heard was she sells seashells down by the seashore. What's the theory now with OPEX? Are we expecting it on Monday? Has it been boofed until July? I mean, we can't say it's been boofed until July until after Monday, right? We have to prove it with a negative. So, I mean, we have to wait. But that doesn't mean I was going to fucking hold my calls through this bullshit. Is this price action bullish? No, down 5% on the day is not bullish. How wide were your stop limits set, or did you have stops? I had them set at about $1.50, I think. It depends on the contract. My nearer the money contracts, I had them set at about $1.50. The like 200s and 950s, I think I had the stop set at 50 cents. Like the gap I had set at 50 cents. Is there a lower level they don't want it to go below? No, I don't think so. If they didn't need to cover it, would this simply be reducing gamma exposure? Yes. Also, how are you managing Augusts? I haven't bought any Augusts yet. I've never owned an August contract. So I bought October's back in like late April, early May, and then I sold those on the May run up. Then when I repositioned for this OPEX, I bought July 15s and January 950 calls. So like all of my calls were July 15th. Now if we're being moved, if any of that is true and we are and the cycle is shifted to July 15th, then I'll buy August. So we're not buying any more calls for next week. I'm not going to buy calls for next week unless we move up like 8%.
So it's buy XRT puts, exercise them all, request GME shares created out of the newly obtained XRT puts, dump them on the market, figure out how to fix the XRT shares later. No, it's create the shares, buy puts, mark them long, sell all the shares, then figure out how to resolve it later. Is the plan to buy puts Monday and prepare for July? If Monday doesn't see any bullish price action, then I'm buying puts and selling covered calls and prepping for July. Some of the shorting and some rebalance sells with rebalance buys coming later. Are those paired up and only the plus or minus exposure hits the lit market? So GameStop's not really in a lot of growth ETFs, and it's also like and those ETFs are simply going to move to their value ETF, right? So and and in the value ETF, GameStop will be weighted higher. So it's a net buy. Those ETFs will have to buy additional shares, but the number of shares being transferred is only about 500,000. And then GameStop's not leaving any of the major ETFs, right? Like the mid cap, it's still in the S&P 400. It's still in the MSCI fucking whatever index that has no shares. Um, so it's gonna stay in IJR or IJH. It's gonna stay in XRT. It's gonna stay in VTI. Like all the big ETFs it's gonna stay in. There's just like 5 ETFs that it's gonna move from growth to value, and then that move will cause a little bit of buying. More mutual funds track value stocks, so we may get some mutual fund buying, but also I would imagine very low quantity. So it's not like last July where 12 million shares were sold off, right? It's much better than that scenario. I'm not saying you're a bit behind in chat, but you just responded to a message I sent in June 2021. I know. I'm trying to get to everything. I don't think they're done crushing it. I don't either. Hey Gurk, ignore me like always. Just saying your dedication to this stream and success is an inspiration, man. It shows that with a small port and no experience, zero DT is the way. JK, I love you. Thanks, Johnny. School of Stock risk management video. Here, clip this. Set a fucking stop loss. There we go. So it's buy XRT puts. Okay. Windmill Willie's repeating himself a bunch again. God damn it, Willie. Stop doing that. To get better, how wide were your stops set? Because the IV crush gapped over my limits, which I think were too tight and never got a fill. Did manual limits, lost 30%. So I had the nearer the money one set at like 150 and the 950 set at 50 cents. So I had the stops like 10% above my cost basis. So on my in the money, or well, my profitable calls, I cut them at a 10% gain. It looks like I lost 6% on the 180s and I lost 17% on the 160s. The 145s, 150s, 200s, all filled on time. So 9% up, 12% up, and 9.8% up, and then The 950s closed out 16% up. So I took a loss on 2 out of the 6 contracts. But they all filled out within. I'm trying to look at the sales orders here, but it looks like they all filled out within. It's about 48 seconds. And all of them at about 10:30, which I think is before the drop. So I think the stops closed as the IV was crushing before the price dropped. It looks like the 160s and 180s didn't sell till the drop. And those are the ones I took the loss on. I mean, due by Monday till it's not. After that, we have to consider an extension. With FTDs on the rise, which we still don't know, how if it will go up more? But if FTDs do go up and they don't cover now but push the can we see very big ups during July OPEX? Yes. If FTDs are continuing to mount, I mean, the borrow rate's not going up, but it's also not dropping. So over the next 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks, if we hit a new low and start seeing the borrow rate climbing again, that may be indicative. When does XRT start thresholding process? What did we say, the 8th? Not the next month. It's 5, 10, 15 trading days. We need a way to leverage SM without invasion by shills. Paywall isn't enough and a bad solution. We need super mods, but that has problems too. 10 to 15K account. Do you think margin account is better for scenarios like today? Sell if needed, buy it the same day as to wait 1 day for settling funds. No, I still think managing your settlement in like a sub $25,000 cash account is better than having a margin account and trying to YOLO your whole position over and over again. It prevents you from sending good money after bad. It also ensures that you keep money on the sidelines, right? Which are both very good habits. I was using this 14 days with 2 extensions. I'm reading it as 14, which is 14 days with 2 extensions. Lost 50% with driving on the highway. SL only on out of the money calls. Lesson learned. Looking for the next OPEX, yeah. God damn it. Yes, Willie. Has Gamma Max changed? I mean, it will change the next time we get updated OI. SSR is useless. We should be good to run to Gamma Max now. Yes, July OPEC settlement period. But we don't know if it's moved yet. First off, we have to wait for Monday. We can't make any assumptions until after Monday is over. You still in on wheat? I think so. My stops are super wide, so yeah, I'm still in on it. I might actually buy some more because this dip is pretty sweet. How do you do your stop losses? Trigger at what? Limit at what? Or market fill? It depends on the volatility. Usually with GameStop, I'll have a fairly wide trigger, like trigger and I'll have a fairly wide stop and limit, which I don't. I guess yeah, you can call it a trigger. Um, but usually like $1 or so that I don't get gapped over because GameStop gaps to the downside and well, it gaps all over the place, right? You think SPY will fall next week after OPEC's obligations are fulfilled today? I think SPY can hang on for like probably a couple more weeks. I think we'll find a top probably in like the 390 to 400 range. Um, we may test that a little bit. And then I think moving into more economic data starting like the second week of July, we'll start to see it trend down again. But right now, with OPEC's just starting to settle on it today, last night and today, and shorts still repositioning, I think it's going to stay bullish for a little while longer. I was able to get out pretty green on some of my calls, probably net down 5%, but that's a win. Maybe they start covering at 330. Is there still a chance? Thank you. There's a chance, but you know, hope's not going to make you a lot of money. I mean, when at the point I pull my calls, I'm willing to lose my exposure to the upside in order to no longer carry the risk. That's the point. It's not hang in and hope something happens. It's fucking cut losses and step away. It's not the DTCC. What is the date for July OPEX? July expiration occurs on the 15th. Settlements the following week. Sell a put and buy a call with a premium. It's a synthetic long. Because that's what I did last week. Still holding for Monday. Yeah, that's a synthetic long. Short put, long call. So probably not the day to sell a far dated, way out of the money cover call just to make myself feel a bit better. Probably not. I love shills. They come and they go. They'll be gone in 2 days. There are more extensions here than a porous computer room. Do you really have that much? Believe that MOASS will happen one of these days? No, not really. Not in the way that it's talked about in the fairy tales. I think at some point they'll bail on the volatility positions and GameStop will probably run up a bunch. Frustrating to watch Congress boomers struggle to grasp the market, worry about gamification, and other non-issues. Gotta earn those 6 figures somehow. Yeah. Just remember, guys, for all the people in here talking shit that are never in here normally, their solution to this problem is to watch the value of their investment fluctuate up and down while they fucking do nothing and bitch on a YouTube channel. So if you think they've got it figured out in life, they don't. Down 74% on my July 8th call. Can afford to lose the money. Would you rather hold and hope or sell? I mean, I'd always just sell, right? Holding and hoping is just gonna leave you down 100% of your money. Even though you can afford to lose it, why would you? Thanks for all you do. Got out clean and made some money on puts. The only real loss I had this cycle were from the puts last week. Still holding 130 October call, pretty much break even. Would you sell and buy back next week? Or the theta is not worth selling for? I mean, if you have an October 130, here's the problem. If there's a drop over the weekend, you can lose the intrinsic value. If we run into the end of the day, you might get a better opportunity. We've bounced at this 130, 197 support. So we could trend up. This is currently bullish. I mean, at least back up to like 135 right now. So I wouldn't bail on it now if you're already in it, because there's like, we look okay. Just make sure that you have some sort of protection in place, like a stop or something, if they try to fucking slam us again. Can you check MMAT for a second? They're leaving the Russell 3000. Jesus. They're not, are they moving to like micro cap, or are they just leaving the Russell? If they're just leaving the Russell, that's going to be a huge net sell. All the ETFs are going to just sell out of it. I thought the deadline was today at market open. What pushed it to end of Monday? Nothing pushed it to end of Monday. The deadline is market open today to market open Monday. That is FINRA's final settlement. No problem. What it was is, 35 phone calls to FINRA to determine what a final settlement date means to them. What's the pro con for them covering this afternoon? What do they have left to cover, man? Like, we know the ETF needs to cover, but the market makers almost fucking like they've crushed all of the gamma exposure. All that's left is a move from like the pricing from a move of 126 to 131. And if enough calls that were in the money are sold off, that exposure is gone too. At this point, if it runs hard, chasing seems like the better choice. Yeah, I mean that's the position I'm in for Monday. I don't fucking trust it, and if it runs, I'll chase. I might lose out on 1x or whatever. Big deal. Reason I sold out of AMC at 55 and got into GME. I've averaged my GME position to 124, so I'm still up even after all this. I hate seeing this, but still want to say a freaking thank you, man. Thanks, Clayton. I appreciate it, dude. I think the drop means no covering. I mean, I think it means that the market maker is crushing out any gamma exposure. We're almost back to spot. Like we almost tapped spot price. We're only fucking $5 off, right? The coming cat system? What cat system? I know they're moving their headquarters. Is there some other news? Thank you for saying Ivy is crushing. I didn't have my stop in place again, but I managed to get out fast. Nice. Rolling the October 130 down wouldn't be a bad idea. Rolling the October 130 down wouldn't be a bad idea. I don't like that either. Just like you can hold it till Monday, but make sure you cover your downside risk, right? And then if nothing happens Monday, you can still sell it at a profit, and then you can wait to buy back in, right? If I have some shares at higher cost basis I found in a broker account, 155. Not that many. Should I dump them and purchase calls or lower the cost basis? It's up to you. I mean, you'd be selling at a loss though, right? Thanks. Made it out with clean on the downside, 2K profit. Nice, dude. The best way for Cohen to get shorts off the stock is to build a company that's not worth shorting. That's going to take a while. Zoom out. They returned to where they were 3 days ago. I know. That's what I just did. I did that like 4 times now. Are you down on them? I mean, you're kind of far out of the money, so your delta's not too high. FINRA is a fucking joke. It's up to you. You've got to pay for the theta to have the exposure. Autist, formerly known as AJ. The problem with that is the bigger your position, the more theta you're paying for to be exposed to a possible price event, right? Calls on viewership dropping back to about 1K the day after we think the OPEX window closes. I can't wait. It's so much chiller in here after OPEX closes. For some bullish sentiment, at what point would you consider the run as started after all of this? I mean, we need volume. If there's no volume, there's no run, right? That's the only That's the only like true indicator of upwards price action is the volume. If there's no liquidity, then, you know, and we're trading sideways, we just don't know which direction we're going, right? So it's that volume backed move that confirms the run. Hopium's not a reliable trading strategy. NFT Marketplace signed with OPEX Red next month. They have until what, July 31st to release it? So it could be. Thank you for saying Ivy is crushing. Does entering the Russell 1000 attract institutional ownership? Any positives, negatives? So it's a net positive. It can attract some like mutual fund ownership, but it's not going to attract like institutional investment, right? It's just going to attract like maybe some extra ETFs and some extra mutual funds, maybe like a couple pension funds or something like that. It's not going to be a big deal. Don't chase. Also, yeah, if it runs, I'll chase. Yeah. Why is this legal? Shouldn't the market maker be impartial? Yeah, they should be. I mean, but they're not. They have no, like, the only thing that keeps them impartial is their risk, right? Because by taking any position other than neutral, they open themselves up to risk. So it's in fact their positioning which encourages their better behavior. It's not the law that encourages it. That's why so many things are self-regulating, because, you know, there's counterparty risk at all points. MACD 5-minute looks a lot like 17 of June. Pretty big slide. Coming close to a cross, going down some more, getting pushed again, cross, then rally. This doesn't look good at all. I don't see that. You're a good man, G. Can you take a look at the 30-minute chart during the last Russell rebalance? 625.21. Price got hammered all day, shot up 5% in the last 10 minutes with huge volume. I'm well aware. We looked at it last night. We can go back to it too. Mhm. There it is. So yeah, this was the Russell 2000 to 1000. The difference here being that this day was a net sell of several million shares of GameStop, right? Today's rebalance is a net buy. It's not a big net buy, but it's a net buy. It's like probably like neutral plus like 100,000 shares, maybe. This was, you know, the GameStop's rebalance last year was like 12.6 million shares sold off. Also, it was moving to a different index. So there was a lot more after the sell-off, the massive sell-off. there was a lot more buying from new ETFs. This time we're not moving into a lot of new ETFs. At that point, all of our big ETFs were changing. We were moving from IWM to IJR, or just out of IWM, really. We also had the S&P rebalance. So this is not the same. We're likely to still see volatility into the end of the day, right? But it's definitely not the same scenario. So compounding obligations still a thing? Yeah. I mean, think of it this way. If there is an extension, Feb closed 75,000 puts and June closed 135,000 puts. If this was rolled Feb to March and this is rolled June to July, then awesome. I missed my super chat. No, I got it. Oh, I just wasn't caught up again. I'm behind on chat like a bit, 5 minutes or so. Can you lead us in prayer to leading you up? Metamaterials announces $50 million registered direct offering at 135. So their stock's tanking down to that level, I guess. Oh, okay. So they're just selling a bunch of shares and leaving the Russell 1000. Rough day. Did you hear the echo in my empty cup when you saw the MMAT chart after the $50 million offering before leaving Russell? That's fucking rough. You said running the stock is in their own interest. What happened to that? It still is. It absolutely still is in their interest. But if they can run it more all at once, why not? Isn't GameStop supposed to launch the NFT marketplace by the end of this month? No, not end of this month. End of quarter 2. GameStop's quarter 2 ends July 31st, I believe. What's to stop MM and short hedge funds from shorting to dodge GEX every OPEX? I mean, MMs never want to cover their gamma exposure if they can help it. But if there's any pressure, anything pushing against them, they have to, right? Because they can't let gamma keep expanding without a hedge to the upside. All this paying for exposure and holding positions talk is like, I know it's raining, not sure when it's going to end, but maybe it will end soon and I will see a rainbow instead of going indoors. To each their own. There's a big difference between chasing a slow grind up when the run isn't confirmed and chasing actual OPEX covering when it's just getting started and you know there's 5 million volume. I know. What are the barriers to immediate settlement? No one wants it? I mean, every entity that we know involved in this is making money off the fact that settlement's delayed, right? All of this whole fucking thing is just a big delayed settlement arbitrage play, right? I mean, they have the short vol positions and, you know, they have the short positions and those are profitable, but the biggest profit comes from making fucking shares at one price, selling them, and then buying them back like 2 months later at a drastically lower price. Poor's Discord is a hot mess right now. Petridge Farm put their pickle in my jar. You're the man, G. Oh, okay, I did that. Other than theta costs, is there a downside to having an August 140 call down 30% and a July 130 put at break even? Or am I overthinking this? August 140 down 30%, July 130 break even. I mean, you're going to lose more money, I think, on that call than you're going to make on the put, depending on when you bought them. But the spread there is kind of wide. I'm at a 2.1 cost basis, sold 1.8. Thank God I got out in time. What was that market chameleon you were looking at for XRT put interest with the massive barb on March 18th? Oh, that was the Knave GEX. The negative gamma exposure for XRT on March 18th hit negative $170 million per dollar. And on Feb expiration, it hit negative $65 million. On June's expiration, it hit negative $81 million. So June 17th, it hit negative $81 million per dollar. Down 40% on my October 200, 250, August 180. Should I sell or hold? That's up to you, but I mean, if it moves down more and IV crushes more, I mean, you can hold them through the next OPEX, or you could just sell them now and buy them back cheaper. No problem, retrocognition. How did you know IV is crushing before the price dropped? I saw it tick down on my 950s. I can't believe you're not even considering that your refusal to play I Can Be Red, I Can Be Green is what led to this freggening. I played it yesterday. How bad of a theta hit am I looking for? 715 140s over the weekend. I mean, you're going to lose a day of theta on them. When switch to puts after Monday? Are we ever going to get Elden Ring streams again? I don't know. I don't really like that game very much. Congrats. Good luck on the cat tendies. It's been a solid one. It's not as exciting as GameStop, but it's been repeatedly a very good position. I thought I could manage my position manually, and didn't have stops set on some of them. I was wrong. Sorry to hear that, OG. Heretic. I don't know. Cat goes down, I buy it, then it goes up, I make money. There's no fuckery. So when Ivy jumps up on calls, means price is going to go up generally. Ivy goes down drastically, moves means a move down. Yeah. I mean Ivy on my 950s, it wasn't like masked or a slow trickle. Ivy on my 950s dropped 15% in like 5 ticks. Hedge fund notes, don't run it Monday, run it Tuesday. What's a good IV for puts? Same as calls, sub 100. You're not going to get that on them, probably. Young ring? Young gun ring? It's too much of a reach for Funyuns. I think a very large maneuvering of GME puts to July was a very telling position, and now this feels very strongly like a July move is on the table, similar to March. Almost a double OPEX. Here's the question though: what allows them to defer the settlement? I understand that there's a lot of things that look like it's been pushed forward to July, but how? It's the how that matters, right? We need to know what the constraint is. What is the rule that they are adhering to that allows them to push forward settlement of their net asset basket, right? That has to be through FINRA or the SEC. They can't just fucking do it and like apologize for it later. If CAT goes above 185, how far out would you buy calls? I usually buy my CAT calls 60 to 90 days to expiration. Unless it's moving really fast, and then sometimes I'll buy a few like 30 DTE. 30-45. Who should I blame if I had a written out strategy and didn't stick to it? Me, right? That's the correct answer. I am here. Place your blame. Let us all dig into this. Give us some assignments to look for. Maybe, but it's better to have it concentrated. How did they push Feb to March? That's what we want to know. There's something about the holiday, right? There's something more about the holiday that we don't understand. FINRA not same like SEC. No. Well, yeah. I mean, they're both kind of bullshit. It's not corruption. There's an answer. They still have fucking compliance. It doesn't matter what they want to do. They have to get it through their compliance. Qualhugger could have had like 5 BBBY shares instead of sending 8 Ko-Fis. Almost as smart a strategy as their toilet licking. Yeah. to me, it's starting to look more and more like when a holiday falls on the week of OPEC settlement, there's some mechanism that lets it put out 30 days, but I don't know how. I mean, I don't know how either. That's what we're trying to ascertain. I've learned to make money, and it's all your fault. Who does hold who does hold them to such rules? Is it other market makers, banks, entities like BlackRock, Fidelity, Vanguard? Heaven knows the SEC doesn't care. I mean, FINRA and the SEC do hold them to rules. They do have compliance. But yes, also their counterparties. I would say that primes have more control of regulating like a market maker than like the SEC and stuff does. They're far more afraid of that, right? You don't want to get your fucking leverage pulled out from under you. I'll say it again. SS was too bullish for the cycle. It was sus. Can we crowdfund a securities lawyer to get our answer? Or are they all on retainer with the MMs? I know one, and I can ask him, but he doesn't always get back to me. I could hire one, but it's expensive. $1,000 an hour. To do research that I can mostly do on my own. Can you just call Citadel and ask what they're using? If it's written somewhere, and which rule should this be? It's either going to be in FINRA 4210, or it's going to be in SEA 15C3-3. I think it's in 15C-3. 15C3-3. It's maybe subsection M. There was a rule change in February, but it had nothing to do with this. The rule change in February changed the hedging of... Well, it does have to do with this, but it very directly had to do with GameStop, actually. It didn't have to do with the extension of time, though. It had to do with the risk management involved in hedging of volatility swaps. So the rule change in February essentially killed the potential for Volga-Vana squeezes, which maybe we would have saw in March had they not changed that rule, right? Could they still be that they cover Monday today is just a massive shakeout? Or is this too drastic for that? I don't have confidence in it. I don't see them putting themselves in a position to cover on a day where they have to use dark pool dumps. The risk is enormous. Because those dark pools are going to dump to the lit exchange regardless of if they're positioned for the dump or not, right? And if those dark pools dump into like an illiquid ask, like if the ask side of the order book is illiquid, the fucking price will gap up like crazy. Like, I don't see a world where they take that risk. You just got sections of regulation memorized? I mean, you have to know some of it to get your like to pass your series exam. Could they have hedged the dark pool dumps with in the money exercise calls? No, those were exercised immediately, right? And then the shares sold. There's no net effect from those in the money calls, right? If they were just buying them, right, and not exercising the subsequent put, which they do, you can check the time in sales. If they buy them and then exercise the subsequent put, then there's no effect on the market maker hedge, right? And so that's, otherwise they would be buying them and it would just drive the price up. So every one of those in the money calls is followed up with an exercised put. It's a net zero trade. And the exercise puts are in the time and sales. They're auto executed. So the second the call's bought, the put is exercised. Or like the second the call's bought, it's exercised, and then the put is immediately exercised. I've been digging into the extension rules all morning. Does anyone have a FINRA gateway account? No. The Rex regulatory extension form results should be in there. FINRA rules guidance notices 1028. Yeah, actually I can. I don't. You have to have a license through FINRA. Someone might. I don't know if someone does and can find us the documentation, that would be fantastic. Jordan Williams, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire, dude. Hit me up. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CC.
If they cover obligations and extended hours by market open Monday, will we see a massive volume candles? Yeah, but we're probably going to see some of that anyway today with the Russell rebalance. Sorry, reconstitution. If what we're seeing is the same as Feb being pushed to March, considering we're almost double of the closing of XRT compared to Feb, the compounding, does this make July way greater than June? Yes. If we're correct on that, but we need to figure that out. Why place entropy swaps if they're planning on using the holiday bufferment? Best time to place them? The best time to get a counterparty for those swaps is when IV is elevated, right? Also, they collect the net credit from the sale of, so the entropy position requires the sale of far out of the money, or far in the money, sorry, puts, right? So it's the sale of these like Jan 950, 900, 800p. And if IV is elevated, net credit that they receive for this is more, right? So not only are they moving into the position more profitably, they're more likely to find someone long volatility that wants to hedge their downside. I mean, they could have just covered gamma exposure from yesterday at market open, right? And active funds were pushing the SPY up like crazy. So it's very possible. And then like as soon as the SPY topped, right, we just went down like a fucking rock. So they didn't want to fight back against this rally from the active funds. And they didn't, right? And then as soon as the active fund pressure died off, they slammed us. What do I tell her to look for? He can you DM me AC on the Discord? Here's a math question for you. I was on a call, so I'm 9 minutes and 34 seconds behind on the stream. I'm going to listen at 175% speed. How long will it take me to catch up? Do you remember a situation where they drop IV like today, then spike IV soon after? It has always been sustained downs. Anytime I've seen GameStop drop this hard, the downside is continued. Especially with the IV crush. It's one of the reasons I don't have a lot of confidence in Monday. Is Cat a good entry or is it too late? I think it's a very good entry, but it's risky, right? The Cat entry here is very risky because it can pull back from this test of the upper resistance. And if it does, it's going to probably trade back into this like 178 range. So it may be better to buy into Cat on a confirmed break to the upside or to buy back when it hits the low resistance to the downside. Because if you buy in now, you want really tight risk, right? Because if it slips, you don't want to lose money. So you want your risk like, and so it might be better to just wait. And the range in the like this median channel is far better anyway. Jimmy still looks bearish as fuck. If they push to June to July, would we theoretically tank on Monday? Not necessarily tank, but push down. Let's see. Fab. Yeah, several days just to the downside from Feb to March here. So Feb 24th was the OPEX covering. We had a couple days where we like rallied a bit, like 5%. We had a 5% move up. That was that Friday or Monday? Hold on, I have to look back at the dates. So it looks like Friday we moved up 5%. Monday, flat. Tuesday, flat but down. And then flat, flat. So this was all IV crush. And then down like a fucking rock into into the like pre-OPEX period. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days where we went down hard. Then 3 days more IV crush at the bottom before we started moving up. I don't know if the mods are that versed in any of this. Just got back from a meeting. I got stopped out of my calls at 24% gain. So Discord and OPEX prophecy came true, I see. It's your wisdom that had me put a stop loss in place. Thanks. No problem, dude. As unfortunate as the situation is, people got to consider that you're the punching bag of this community. You do a lot, so thanks for everything. It must be tough when things don't go as expected. It's more frustrating than anything. Can we do that coffin dance from the meme as we move the field goalposts? Thanks for everything and being here for us. No problem, man. You got it, Mike. Congrats on getting out. Did you have lunch already? No. I usually eat after the stream. I just connected next week. GME BBBY up or down? Probably down. I think down, but we can't say assuredly till after Monday. HFT algo is going to pick up on the downsies on GME and thus sell it more here in the afternoon. Maybe. It's like one of the only fucking red stocks today. My cat trail stop just filled as you started talking about this. Is cat getting rejected? Yeah. So, watch VWAP because it could recover on VWAP and retest. If not, if it fails VWAP, especially into close, you're gonna want to watch the like 180 and 178 are really key resistances to the downside. And then if support is found at either of those levels, or any of those 3 levels, then that can present like a good entry opportunity. If we're waiting, what should we keep an eye out for? Volume. Do they have to report it anywhere if they get a low liquidity deferment? Is that a thing? I don't know. I know they have to ask in writing for one to be granted, but I don't know if that information is public or not. I doubt that information is public. So what we're really looking for is we're looking to find out if we'd be looking to find out if there is a justifiable case for low liquidity. Ray Finwick Gateway, firms will have access via new REX system to functionality that will allow users to search for specific extensions or groups of extensions. That's useful. We still saw a $20 move to the upside the day they covered Feb OPEX. A full shift of June OPEX into July is confusing as fuck. But we still saw upside on this OPEX, right? That's why so many people are saying that they got out like slightly positive, because we still went up. I just DM'd you in Discord with some extension of time info from SCA 15C31. I don't know if it helps. Failure of long put option holders. What? Oh. I've seen this, I think, already. Oh, here we go. Member organizations should only recognize exchange holidays in determining the due date for extensions of time. This procedure will eliminate the confusion created due to bank holidays on which the exchange is open for business. In order to allow exchanges' computerized extension system to properly process extensions permitted under SEA Rule 15C-3, all requests must be received on the due dates listed below. Adherence to this procedure will be reduce the number of denied requests for improper dates and establish uniformity within member organizations. Subparagraph D2, on the 30th calendar day after settlement date, 45th calendar day after settlement date, 13 business day after trade date. So T plus 13, 45, or 30? Okay. I know that. Right. But the question is, can we find the request? Can a valid request be made for GameStop? Are puts even worth it with the IV crush on GME? As long as you wait to buy them until after IV's crushed down a bit. Because if they short us hard again, IV will spike. So IV for Feb. I'll show you how IV went for Feb. If we're seeing a repeat, this will be valid. 1 second. Reason codes. Oh, shit, how do I look at that? Okay, yeah, I have this already, actually, I can. So there's a few that apply. I can show you guys this. So awaiting collateral applies, but it only gets one, right? So that wouldn't give a 30-day extension. Um, this one is kind of interesting. Security and transfer, because this might apply to the ETFs. And that's two 14-day calendar periods, right? Also security transfer firm to firm would apply as well. The other one is coming from another broker under NYSE rule. This was the second one we were looking at, and then buy-in issued or unable to buy in. These two, both of these are also they can extend twice. And then the last one that we're considering is where's the 5-day one or the 5-time one? This one, can't buy in, security and short supply. Reason code 42. So those are the one, those are like the four we're looking at. That we think could possibly apply to this situation. Oh, what was I looking at? Oh, the IV for Feb. Sorry. So here's Feb IV. This is like the end of the Feb FTD settlement period right here. And then this is ugh, gross. Sorry, it's like offset, so I'm trying to figure out where on my screen to draw. This is Feb 18 or Feb 21, this spike. So this was the OPEX period for February, with the spike on the settlement day of the 24th there. So then IV went up and rapidly dropped into the drop right before. And so when I was telling you guys we hit sub 100 IV for like a brief period of time right before the March run up, this was that this one. This is that moment. So they crush out IV and price right before the run. So that like 3-day period where I said they like crushed IV. Now if we go look at this on the chart, you'll see what I'm talking about. And you can actually see it in the Renko candles on the 1 hour when they crush IV, because the way the volume trades in such narrow bands. Let's go back here. See these IV crush periods? They always look the same because they trade all the volume in a very narrow range, right? And then we have other ones like more recently where you can see IV getting crushed out, like here, before the May run up. We see they crush IV out really hard for a pretty lengthy period of time. They crushed IV out in this range before running it up a second time. And then here right now they're crushing out IV again over this entire week, right? Which everyone's acutely aware of. The problem is these IV crushes usually precede an uptrend. Right? Like usually they crush out IV and then we move up because that's how they reposition, right? They want to reposition on that low volatility because it's cheaper. T plus 14 times 2 puts on July OPEX. I'll probably buy some puts next week if we don't run Monday. Acts of God? Does the stock get strike down? I think that one's for I mean those apply to a pretty wide range of different licensees, right? But like I think acts of God would apply to like natural disasters and things that would prevent timely settlement. Doesn't matter. Even if we're like, oh, obviously they would get an extension on GameStop, we still need to make a case for an extension for each of those codes, right? See which one is the most valid so we can narrow it down. It's 14 calendar days, not 14 days. Not 14 trading days. So July to August calls, not July. Act of God saying like I don't want to pay the bill. So I don't think OPEX is off the table yet. I mean, it's not until Monday afternoon. I agree, Stefan. But we'll have to see if they load up on calls, right? If we see someone loading up on calls on this dip, like big numbers of calls throughout the second half of today, that would give a lot more credence to a run Monday. But we don't have any OI confirmation until after market close. Speaking of IV Crush, July's have dropped below 100. Jesus. I'm seeing some calls bought. Calls bought, percentage range, days to expiration, 90. Strike away from spot. It's $10 to $20 out of the money. This could just be retail though. The largest negative delta today is still the sale of 150Cs. Weekly 150s, weekly 140s, and 145s. July 15, 145s. July 22nd, 150s. Almost all of our negative delta coming from sold calls today. Did the window get delayed? We're still trying to figure that out. Novus Actus Interventus, Acts of God. It's a legal term for escaping liability. Ivy Crush data is pretty cool. What made you worried about the Ivy Crush this time if that looks bullish? Because sometimes we Ivy Crush then move to the downside. right? They load up on puts and then slam us down. So those IV crush periods are followed by, or during those IV crush periods, we see options volume spike, right? So we're just trading in a band. We don't know if we're going up or down. And we'll see options volume spike to the upside or downside. So we'll either see puts come in or calls. And that's usually the direction we move with the institutions, right? Because they want to buy those puts while they're cheap. Does that include foreign wars? It could, yeah. $138 pages reviewed, no crime found. Interesting, it's almost like the report simply stated that the system is built to survive and encouraged to do so, even at the expense of investors. Yeah, no, I agree. Take those Rex codes into account with OPEX. That could be all the info the OPEX weekly options degen should need to change their mind about buying Theta. You could be this call buyer. No. Are the sequence of events that took us through 3 days of ups, November 1 through 3, after our October 29th dip, repeatable next week? Or only possible through Monday? I just see a lot of similarity with 1029. We do too, especially the gamma spike. So yes, that's possible. October 200C bought? Um, is it? I couldn't tell on that one really. 1 second. $1.6 million. These look sold. Yeah, I think these are sold. The problem is it's hard to tell if they're being bought now. So prices are fucking stagnant. I would say these look sold. I think the spread is just really narrow. So it's showing nearer the buy side, but it looks like all the last trades were ask side. Yeah. From which date do we count 14 calendar days? The settlement date, which is the 17th. So if they crush IV really hard today, enter lots of calls before market close. It means it will run us Monday. It could mean that. To avoid higher FTDs and avoid $350 in July OPEX. Maybe, I don't know if we'd hit 350, even with the stacked obligations. Maybe like 250 or 210, 220. No, none of the regulatory bodies that be will allow MOASS to go unchecked, regardless of who owns the fucking float. Dear Finra, GME is about to undergo a Putin price hike. Please give deferrals. Thanks. I have a dream that someday degens will exercise their call options. Me too. I'm just curious how Putin changed OPEX. I would have thought that Palantir was the real play this week. Oh, who would have thought? Did that fucking piece of shit finally move up? Holy fuck. If this hits 1050, I'm dumping all my bags. Interesting. (15C3-3) D2 O21 borrow rate is up. Code 21 borrow rate is up. Interesting. That doesn't seem valid. I don't think we're on MJSD. MJSD would be March, June. So we're like somewhere in between. How's your view on the SPY actually? Bearish? I think so, but I think it'll sustain these levels or push a little higher over the next, like, at least next week. But if we run Monday at 180, right? We'll see. They can use the request twice. So it's not just a 14-day extension, it's up to like 28 days. And if they can't buy the asset, which is pretty, I think it's pretty hard to make a case for, they can extend it up to 5 times. Requirement to reduce securities to possession or control. Failed to receive buy-in accomplishment. When the buy-in of an aged failed to receive is necessary to obtain securities required to be held in possession of or control, the security must be purchased if the order is executable. In the event the buy-in order is not executable, other steps must be promptly taken to obtain required possession or control, i.e. borrowing. The initiation of a buy-in procedure does not give the broker-dealer the right to use securities needed for possession or control that come into possession during the period of time between the issuance of the buy-in and its actual execution or receipt of the securities that were the subject of the buy-in. Securities that are received physically by the firm during this interim period should be allocated to eliminate the deficiency that triggered the buy-in procedure. Only when that deficiency has been corrected can the firm resume use of securities for other purposes. Interesting. That's actually kind of fucking interesting, dude. Subsection 0210 D2. Okay, I'm gonna dig into that a little bit more. Rad's still pushing higher. How far do you think it'll go? I have no idea why it's going up at all. But my calls are still out of the money, so I hope it goes up higher. I don't have very many of them. I only bought like $1,000 worth of leaps, but would it not make sense that Feb 2022 got rolled into March, and so June wasn't an OPEX month at all? That's hard to say, because then why the run in May? Why May OPEX? Why? And if June got rolled, like if Feb got rolled into March, it's still an OPEX, right? It just got shifted forward. FINRA rule 4210 F6 extension date from Feb OPEX would have been March 14th, which would have been when they started to let the price float up in March. Wondering if they try the same thing here. Maybe. Reg Notice 1712 exists for extension filings. I'm going to email FINRA to see if it's public info. Just for anything else. We can see who filed for Feb and why. I mean, that's what we want to know. Who filed for Feb and why. We don't even need to know who. We just need the codes that were used. It didn't really move from FMAN to MJSD. It's just that the obligations were pushed forward from FMAN to, well, from F to M, right? But then obligations were covered in May, but not in June. Do you expect BBY to drop on earnings? I don't know. It depends on what they announce. I don't know if their earnings themselves are going to be very good. Five times extension for what? Unable to obtain the underlying security? Is it weird that 14 times 5 is basically 69? No. It's all a simulation, right, Jay Fresh? See, I don't think they can make a case for being unable to obtain the underlying security. I think they can make a case for bought and waiting to deliver. But that's only 2 extensions, right? The golden biscuits? Potentially. Tesla not dead, asking for Victor. Tesla was doing good today, right? Yeah. Tesla's up 3% today. Why not just buy volatility leaps like Jan 2023, 950s when Ivy is crushed? I do. That's why I buy them first, because I buy them when Ivy's at its low. Puts being purchased signaling a move. I don't know. There's a lot of noise there. It's hard to say how many are being purchased. There's some being sold too. How would we confirm it's covering and not just the same noise we saw this morning? The volume. That's quick. The volume. All that price action this morning was still on like fucking 600,000 volume. It was nothing. No, they can so there are 3 rules that give them a 14-day extension twice, right? And there's 1 rule that can give them a 14-day extension 5 times. I don't think that this is applicable. I don't think a case can be made for being unable to obtain the security. So these are the only ones they can make valid cases for, which are 28 calendar day extensions. This is why we need access to the rec search tool. Well, some guy said that his like fiance can access recs. So if he can get me the data, I'll try to forward it to him and see what he can find. If we're still on Feb, May, Aug, November, and they push Feb to March, that would explain why we ran in March and May, but not June. But then the question is, do we run in July or August? Because that's what we want to know. The fucking July's already loaded up with puts on XRT. They added another 5,000 today. Can you explain how the market maker can just crush IV at will? They control the pricing. I convinced my wife my port is doing fine. I explained to her how Domino's is the best holding stock in the last 20 years and it is recession proof, even though I don't own any Domino's. Did you buy 950 on low IV or sell 950 when you saw the crush? Both? So they dump it for the next 28 calendar days prior to running it. That's what I'm thinking. Would it be that calendar? Would that 28 days be from T plus 2 for a total of 30 days, right? Yes. Does the 28-day extension map from Feb OPEX to the March run-up? Perfectly. If a FINRA extension is approved, would those failed deferred obligations turn to FTDs? If so, should we see Jimmy on Reg Show? Good looking out, Bubba. I don't believe so. Because they're not failed, they're deferred, right? It does not become like a Reg Show obligation. Don't forget who they have to bring the reason to. They're not gonna be like, them's the rules. Oh well, market go boom. Fair. Neo vehicle rolled off the 3rd floor showroom out of a window and killed 2 people. Sounds like somebody forgot to put it in park. What's up, Peter Pickle Eater? Puts still seem like shares. Yeah. Something ETFs get 6 days of settlement, right? Yeah, they do. APs do for failed positions. It's not 6, it's 5, but it's the final day is the 6th day. Can we just explode up at close and go from 0 to midnight? That'd be cool. I don't think that's gonna happen. What happens to the 53% sold OI on XRT from last Friday? That's what we're looking for to be extended, Lorca. Does an extension have to run immediately into the next, or can they do extension 1, T plus 2, extension 2, T plus 2? They would run concurrently. So even if they're late in filing the extension, the extensions would run concurrently to each other. So 14 plus 14 plus 2. Don't forget to cancel your Pigeon Whale membership. Oh yeah. I'll try to get it after the stream. Aside from Jimmy, this OPEX mentions being huge market wide. Would you say this week's rally is evidence of that? I would say today's rally is evidence of that. I think there's still a lot more to reposition into next week. XRT short 800% now. Nice. Thank you, JMac. Please do. So if this hits a 28 deferral, what's happening? What's the 28th day from now? Counted from this Monday. It's not counted from this Monday. It's counted from the 17th. From the 17th, July 15th. He said my name. You've been in here forever, Lorca. In Italy on a couples trip, I was able to listen enough this morning to hear Crushing IV and get out. Just in time to save some profits. I can't thank you enough. No problem, pragmatic. Ah, shit. What have I done? There we go. Paper hands. I'm not going to paper hand it. Although I really should. I can't even remember why I signed up for it in the first place. I think I was like trying to test out the stream fucking bot thing, which didn't even work. Thanks, Wild Shill Hickok. I appreciate it, dude. Had a family emergency, so apologies if you touch base on this, but is there anything to point to on the turn downwards from this morning? The only thing that we see that really lines up is like 4,600 puts bought on XRT, and then the selling of calls. Lots and lots of calls getting stopped out on the drop. Barry Pullman, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. XRT up 3.5%, Jimmy down 6.5%. XRT short interest way up today, too. I had a video pause where the price is 148 and my heart dropped. Rolling into July OPEX. No, I'm not rolling. I'll buy back in, though. So if I hold my July 15s, there will be 0 DTEs on the day we should run. No, the day we should run is still the following week. That's 28 calendar days. If you add the T+2, it still puts us out into the following week. I know July 15th is also the OPEX day. There's a reason it works like that. How often do we run on OPEX in a month with a bank market holiday? On the previous OPEX periods, it's never been a problem. Because, you know, the only one that's fallen on a bank holiday week is Feb. All the other OPEXs fell on standard trading weeks. And it's the correlation with Feb that we're digging into, right? It's 28 calendar days from the settlement date. 28 calendar days from June 17th is it's the original settlement date, not the extended settlement date. So 28 calendar days from June 17th is July 15th. Thanks, BMG. Uh, wait till Monday to buy puts. Why not now? You could buy them now, but what if we run Monday? We still don't know if we can run Monday or not. So there's more risk in buying puts today than there is in buying puts then. I mean, you could have bought them today. You would have been up massively, except for the insane IV crash. The NFT marketplace release, big bullish moves. Maybe. How bearish are you on Monday now? I'm pretty bearish on it. I'm not buying like puts bearish, but I'm pretty bearish. If we don't see any covering on Monday, and the reason I'm bearish is because the market maker has shaved off all of their GEX with today's price action. So 200 and quarter of $1 billion in gamma exposure now gone. Don't forget Flag Day and 4th, also National IBS Day. Oh, exciting. Intra-market sweeps for 7-1, 123p and 125p, last 3 minutes. Notional? Or, yeah. What's the notional on those? I'm going to start buying in for July OPEX probably the week of the 8th. Yeah, I'll probably start looking to move into a position between, let's say, between the 8th and the 15th, and in that period of time. Is this deferment only available when OPEX falls on a holiday week? Possibly. With the bank closure, I think it makes it easier to present a case for bought but not the it's the bought but not 1 second. Son of a bitch. Where did it go? Um So I think it's easier to make the case of coming from another broker under the NYSE deferral rule, or security and transfer. Because if they file while the security is in transfer, right, it's very easy to get the extension granted. And especially with the way that like ETF buying is ACH settled, because there's that 3-day transfer window that gives them like a really nice opportunity to apply for that extension. Yeah, bought but not delivered. Sold but not yet bought. I've been watching, we couldn't listen all day. Did we learn any information as to why downs? Oh, we got the shit shorted out of us. If no run on Monday, how low do you think they can push us before the next run? I don't know. We found a really fucking solid bottom on 126 last time. I wouldn't, if you're looking to get puts, much like last time, I would not say that I have a high degree of confidence in one's far out of the money. Just because of how strong that support was all through the last like couple weeks. Like there was that only that one day where we really broke down from it. Not that they were pushing very hard, obviously, but DM something from 15C3 D1. Securities, conversion of securities loaned to recall failed to receive. Securities needed for possession or control, which are recalled from securities loaned, cannot be converted to failed to receive if not returned within 5 businesses, and the required buy-in action must be initiated. Broker dealers may want to set up such securities loaned buy-ins in separate account in order to separate such items from securities loaned locations for which no action is required. No, broker dealers may, however, borrow securities on day 6 in order to satisfy a deficit condition where securities loaned recalled has not been returned within the timeframes prescribed by the rule. Okay. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah, so they can't convert to FTD. That's that's curious. Ooh, I wonder how many obligations can't be turned into FTDs. Because FTDs you can just get rid of, right? But oh, that's a very nice find. Hmm. Nice covering an OPEX gear. Thanks, Adolf Hutler. Appreciate it. Huh. What if I don't think the buy-in from a forward contract can fail. I think they can get like a 15C3 extension, but I don't think it can fail. And so, I mean, I guess it works in the same way that we already understand, but that can mean that all of these are on a 28-day offset from the previous OPEX. So when ETFs are being settled, they're always being settled from the previous monthly contract. Like, what if it's not just the holiday? What if it's every OPEX? Like, all the settlement in January, which was what? What was the fucking OPEX date for January? 22nd, right? And then Feb was the 19th. So Feb wasn't settled. Hold on. But then May to Feb, March. What was March? March, that's the wrong year. March 19th. April. $15th. May. No, April 16th. And then May 21st. Okay, I gotta dig into this more later. Sorry. We about to do a thing? I don't know. May isn't quarterly OPEX. Jimmy John. June is. That's quad witching is the quarterly options expiration. Why do you think they crushed the price in IV? We've been here before with tons of calls. To kill the calls. Don't forget Russell rebalance at the end of the day today. Hmm. Where do the obligations go from November 21st to Feb 22nd go? If not, everything was covered in March and May. Oh, I think they covered the ones from November to Feb in March. Well, some in January, right? They kept covering a little as the obligations began to build up. And then they covered a lot in March, but not everything. That's why the borrow rate didn't go back to 0. You saw that 400k in notional puts for 7-1? No. The sweeps? Is that what you're talking about, OG? Yeah, I see him. Our Jimmies are about to get rustled. Yeah, we have the Russell rebalance at the end of today, right? So, is the rebalance good? It's a positive. It's more buying. I mean, it also means more liquidity in ETFs, though. What happened to ETF? Honestly, from the congressional report to that big short attack on OPEX and the IV crush, today took a lot out of me mentally. It's tough reading how broken the system is, then get burned again. Fair. What happened to ETF rebalancing? When would shorts need to return shares by? That's what we're trying to determine, Mr. Denzian. July puts IV greater calls. Yeah, they're pricing up. They're pricing up puts. They've been doing it all day. Keep looking into it now. It educates the channel organically. What? Oh, that I need to look into some things before I get carried away with it. Exposure is more constrainable. Option B. Don't give me hope. Turd. I'm not. But there's something to that. We'll talk about it later. Does rebalancing mean Jimmy goes up? It means there's gonna be some buying. It's not gonna, I don't think it's gonna be a lot, but yeah, it'll cause some upside. Are you guys still thinking the Russell rebalance will cause a rip? I think it'll cause a lot of volatility, but I don't know if it's gonna like print fat stacks. I heard one of our members use the phrase short the turds out of us. Can we use that phrase more often? We can try. When you do lifetime research, it's like lifetime school of stock. Sell your puts, we're running. This day is bipolar as fuck. Now, relax. The net buy is like 500,000. The net transfer is like 500,000 shares. I'm not even sure that the buy is much more than that. Like the additional buy, probably like another 100,000 or so. I don't know how many fucking mutual funds track the Russell 1000 value, so a few of those. If it's 10 mutual funds, that's gonna be like 200,000 shares. It's not that crazy. And most of it'll happen in after hours. Sometimes when you move your bull cap picks your ear. How's that feel? Great. Just caught up. Didn't even realize we're in a potential OPEX run. Have some August 8 and 9C for BBBY. Down 20-30% respectively. Have time. Think of waiting out till July. Any first impressions? I might agree with that. It's a big assumption to say the same thing true for GameStop might be true for BBBY, but it might be. What's the Discord document GameStop mean? What? The fucking report? Is that what you're talking about? That's from the House Financial Services Committee. VLDDRS, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, Shaquille O'Neal. Beautifully said. Will you play full bull if we hit 17 billion? Yes. Notable candle on DDS. It's also being, it's going to be reconstituted as well. Why is the price going back up? Well, it's time for the Russell rebalance. Don't worry, I don't think this is going to lead to like a fat run. It'll lead to some buying. Thank you, DVC Foo. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out into the country club after the stream, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the
fat run inbound.
5-10 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man.
We're still holding our support line for 524.
That Joe motherfucker trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on both. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke.
They don't have a set time. It's whenever, as long as it's before end of day. During the reconstitution period. And I think if I remember correctly from last year with the Russell, they have to like 5 p.m. to complete. I don't think it's just market close. There's just going to be a shitload of volatility market wide for like the next 40 something minutes. So relax. It's not MOASS. It's expected. Last year, most of it happened in after hours. And I think the next day we opened up like the same fucking price. What percent typically do you set your trail stops? Oh, it depends on how fast the stock's moving. Slower shit or stuff with better supports or tighter supports, like 5%. If I think a rejection's coming in, even lower, like 1 or 2%. Um, if it's really volatile and moving fast, I might move it out wider, like 5 to 10%. Something like GME that can move like several dollars in one tick. I set it out at like 15 to 20 and tighten it up around resistances. Oh, so this is MOASS. Fuck, if we break 137.60, 5-day MA, I'll start getting bullish again. Alright, give me a second. I'll bring it back.
Ah.
But no, I wanted some cookies for the run. Is it over? Very exciting. What kind of cookies? I just had some Oreos. Oreos. Yep. What's your favorite type of baked cookie? Chocolate chip? With walnuts? Thanks, Lawrence Olivia. Oreos are weird because both parts individually are nasty. Yeah, I got you, Fluffy. I think that's like a lot of well, that's just a lot of like recipes, right? Like if you just ate all the parts of a recipe individually, they'd be terrible. Like imagine instead of eating carbonara, you're just taking bites off a chunk of pecorino romano and drinking raw eggs. Binges on pizza dough. Can anybody here confidently buy into an ETF ever again? And trust that their investment is in the best, like the best hands? Yeah, I don't fucking think so. I'll check it out after. Actually, I can. I have an ETF called Cow. You know, I found out the other day that like the free dive record holder held their breath for like 25 fucking minutes. What? Right? That's what I thought when I first heard it. I was like, that's impossible. That person has brain damage now. I get winded when I stand up. Nice, Drew Stews. Freediving is insane, and I do scuba. That person buys GME weeklies. That's nothing. I've been holding GME for over a year. Diamond lungs. That's when they hyperventilate off oxygen. Without oxygen, record is about 11 minutes. That's still fucking ridiculous. What's the bar rate of GME? 29 to 33%. Somewhere in there. You're welcome, trash. These goddamn chips are so crispy. Can I quit my job now? Are they gonna fire you anyway? Figures on the first day we get fucking any liquidity this week. It's all to the short side. Yeah. They are a dark russet chip. Russet 1000s. I don't think Trader Joe's realizes how many fucking bags of these they would sell if they renamed them Russet 1000 chips. Or like, wait. Russet 1000 reconstituted chips. What level of confidence do you have that we could hit 200 on Monday? Well, I didn't think we had a very good chance of hitting 200 this week. So Monday, even less? KO, thank you so much for Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Remember, guys, if you became Dillionaires today, you can always go to settings, connections, and connect your YouTube account to your Discord, and that will grant you entry to the Dillionaires Country Club. Or if you can't figure that out, message me and I'll help you out. Some boys like flowers, some boys like candy. I don't need any of that because I know Daddy loves us when he crunches chips right into the dang microphone. I don't know what you're talking about, Trash. You're a disappointment. Can you go over an example of setting up a synthetic long position? Sure, you sell one at the money short put, and you buy one at the money long call. That's it. Russet 1000 blue chips. Discontinued. You know what? Has anyone else run into this at Trader Joe's? Their employees seem to relish the idea that you've lost your favorite food because they've discontinued it. Like the other day, what was it? They used to have this like vegetable pesto pizza. And I was like, hey, do you guys have this still? And the employee's like, no, it's discontinued. Did you like it a lot? And I was like, well, it was decent. And he was like, yeah, it's gone forever. And he was so, like, he enjoyed it so much, telling me that it would, like, I didn't really care, but he enjoyed it so much that now I really want it back. Like, I want to get it back, buy it, and then beat him with it. You know? And ask him if he enjoys it. Gurk, is the price fake? If you close your eyes, it'll change. Close your eyes. Hold on. Okay, open them again. Look at that. Magic. You wearing pants? Nah. I mean, imagine if you went to a grocery store and every time you closed your eyes, the price changed. Crime, right? No pants, same like Adam Aaron? No, you're still wearing underwear. I'll try to cover most of it by Blockbuster. Call put spreads on XRT. That's weird. Why are those positive? Why would I care about that, Bipolar Bear? Hmm. I feel like coconut oil shouldn't smell like coconut or taste like coconut. I don't think I've ever had one that tastes like coconut. Celsius Network has paused crypto withdrawals for weeks. Has hired advisors to prepare for potential bankruptcy per Wall Street Journal. Who's gonna go write the DD on Superstock that they're using Celsius to short GameStop? And this is the signal for MOASS. Do I need to do it? I think BBY will close over 7. No. Dave Lauer's tweet, he's mad at FINRA. You know, he could have come on the show and gotten his hair washed. He chose not to. I'm just saying. Girk, are you a shill? Probably. I don't know. I do sell a lot of cover calls on Craigslist. I already wrote that DD. Oh, cool. Thanks. I would, but I'm banned. Need that CL link? Yeah, I'm sold out today. What's a registered direct offering? Diluting the float? Yeah.
Mambo, welcome to Billionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out of the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Just got back online. What happened to NoPax? Nothing.
Ain't got ropes, give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe, motherfucker.
Beans, the musical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. The more you toot, the more you squeal. So eat some beans in every meal. Why do you squeal when you fart? I mean, that's weird. 2 mice in an eco trapped. One helped the other one out, and I thought I could double down, recatch the other mouse in the same trap. Both mice escaped with the premium candy. Crime? Maybe. Fighter extracted with solvents. Also, if the coconut oil stays liquid below 74 degrees, it's refined. Ooh, this is interesting. The healthiest is the unrefined cold expeller pressed that tastes and smells of coconuts. But I don't want my food to taste like coconuts. So what about that? What kind of nut would you prefer your food to taste and smell like? Almond? Sesame seed? Walnut's nice in a salad. Hey Gurk, me become billionaire, ye or nee? It's up to you, man. You tried not eating coconut oil? Yeah. I mean, most things that I cook in olive oil. So, hey, you went with it. Thanks, Thunder86. I appreciate it, dude. I'm gonna get you a different song, I think. Total 7 ones for the weekend. My decision. You're gonna burn. One thing I can say that's accurate and true about that contract. Theta will decay. I think it's on the Discord.
Motion to ban hot sauce for talking bad about innocent pickles. Who? What exactly is a Cornichon? It's a small, slightly sweet pickle. We can find them on many charcuterie board. I believe they're French. I don't know what they're soaked in, but it's gross. You ever try oil pulling? No, I don't know what that is. Why did computer share shortest today? Probably just hoping to get more data to sell, I'd imagine. They're not small, they're national averages. All right. Y'all need to shut the fuck up about AMC moving 40 cents. Isn't AMC moving to the R1K? You're not gross unless you identify as a Cornichon. VLD, DRS, thank you so much, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go.
No, we're gonna boom in after hours because of the Russell move.
Weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the meanwhile, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no.
Couldn't the reason for the drop just be because they wanted it to avoid the greens from the market, past GEX, Russell weeklies, avoid GEX from building, shaving off that risk? More than makes up for the volatility that comes of covering on Monday, don't you think? If they cover on Monday, fucking awesome, right? If they don't, then, you know, we've got to figure out why. Is it too late for me to buy a daily? I'd say so, Paul. This morning's max pain was 135, which is right where we closed. Bobby held 7? Really? Interesting. Fucking exactly, too. Ding ding. GameStop's gonna go crazy now in after hours. Oh, there's the 400,000 volume. Are you still bullish on wheat? I mean, yeah, it's not like a very big position, but I'm still carrying it. Oh, AMC's gonna do a bunch of shit on close. It's being moved to the R1K. 24 million shares on closing bell. Hey, shitboy, thanks for all of it. Made some nice percent today and got out clean. No problem. I think that might have been all the buying that they needed to do today. It looks like liquidity is dumping off. All right. So what do we got today? Well, we had a brief run up in the morning where we tracked with active funds. Well, through the pre-market into market open. As soon as the market stabilized in a range, price started coming down. When we broke through the EMA, like the EMA 180, volatility dropped like a rock, and we were heavily shorted through this entire period of time, all the way back down to here. Any gamma exposure that would have carried over from last Friday into tomorrow, I believe is mostly resolved. We're trading in about a $5 range above where we were trading last Friday. I would say that I mean, if the gamma overflows, that's about $110 million worth of shares. But with the sell-off and in the money calls that happened today, it's a distinct possibility that all of their gamma exposure is covered. We'll see at the end of today, but if we have negative GEX, I would say that we're not in a good place for gamma exposure come Monday. We're still waiting to realize any buying that would occur due to the increase in shares in XRT, or the shares outstanding, after their rebalance completed on the 22nd. Is there anything else? Oh, this big short corresponded with a increase in puts on XRT of about 4,600 contracts. And we are currently in the process of investigating whether 15C-3, 15C3-3 SEA regulation allows for the deferral of obligations on a holiday week up to 28 calendar days. And hopefully by next week I have some more information on that for you guys. I can't say that I have anything concrete today, but I'll be looking into it over the entirety of the weekend. For those of you guys that got out today up, congratulations. For those of you that didn't, I'm sorry. That is the risk that comes with an options position. I hope that you realize it's just a monetary loss. It can always be recouped. You will survive. And you will either try again or you will not. But I wish you the best either way. Thank you guys for all the support. They don't always work out, but we'll find out why. Have a good night, and have a good weekend. And members, I will see you Sunday at 12:30 p.m.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.